Hello, everybody. Welcome to the El Cajon City Council meeting. The meeting is called to order, and I'd like to ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
All council members are present.
Would you all stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing afterwards for a brief moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The city clerk posted orders of adjournment of the February 10th, 2026 meeting and the agenda of the February 24th, 2026 meeting in accordance with state law, city council, and housing authority policy. We have two presentations on today's agenda. The first is one proclamation for National Engineers Week. I'd like to ask Development Services Director Yasmin Arellano to come up to the podium for the proclamation, which I will read. As Yasmin comes up, I'm going to read this. Whereas engineers use their specific and technical knowledge and skills in creative and innovative ways to fulfill society's needs, and whereas engineers face major technical challenges of our time, from rebuilding towns devastated by natural disasters, cleaning up the environment and assuring safe, clean, and efficient sources of energy, to designing information systems that will speed our country into the future, and whereas engineers are encouraging our young math and science students to realize their practical power of their knowledge, and whereas we will more than ever look to engineers and their knowledge and skills to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Now, therefore, I, Bill Wells, Mayor of the City of El Cajon, together with the City Council, do hereby proclaim February 22nd through February 28th, 2026 as National Engineers Week in the City of El Cajon. And we urge all residents to join in recognizing, honoring, and celebrating the dedicated engineers whose innovation, expertise, and service contribute so greatly to the safety, progress, and quality of life in our community. Signed this 24th day of February 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this proclamation. I would like to acknowledge our city engineer, Mario Sanchez, who would be receiving this proclamation and also who's leading our engineering side of the house.
All right, staff, do you want to stand up? All engineers, our engineering staff would like to stand up. We want to recognize you. I just have three main points to say about Engineering Week. Engineering is known as the invisible profession, and how engineering touches every aspect of daily life, often behind the scenes. We're also known as problem solvers and visionaries. We recognize those who turn ideas into reality. And third, as an engineer, we pledge to protect the community through public health, safety, and welfare. So a lot of stuff that what engineers do, the public doesn't see. But without engineering, sewers wouldn't run, roadways wouldn't be built, and so forth. So I'd like to accept on behalf of our engineering staff.
You're the guys who do best when we never hear about you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I don't hear a lot about engineering problems in El Cajon. I know that's not by accident.
Yes. All right.
Let me see if there's any questions or thoughts. Steve?
I had a friend who used to be in executive leadership down at the County of San Diego, and he would call the reporters down at the San Diego Union Tribune and just say, "You never write about the good stuff that we do, only the bad stuff." And the reporter said, "Well, we just expect you to do the good stuff." So you're not in the news because you're doing great things, and we appreciate all of your work and your skill, expertise, and professionalism.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, as you're calling the next one up, or as they're going, the city just started a TikTok account, and we actually featured engineering services today. And one of the things that we talked about are all the different things that engineers do. I think Mr. Sanchez said he solves problems, but he can't solve human behavior. So, anyways, it was a fun account that we did. So, anyways, check it out if you have TikTok.
So are you going to have some kind of like a slide rule TikTok challenge for them there? Or, yeah.
We should have done that
Make sure
next time.
Make sure you monetize it first for the city so we can get some revenue off of it.
Clicks.
All right. And now we have a presentation from the East County Task Force. I will ask Mrs. Rebecca Brandsetter to come up to the podium and share with us about this. Hi, Rebecca.
Hey. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Rebecca Brandstetter, and I'm the coordinator of the East County Homeless Task Force, which is a program of community action service and advocacy. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to highlight a few of the new and improved features of our ecassist.org website. A bit of background, the task force was formed in 2016 to convene and engage stakeholders across the region, to gather information and ideas, and to identify potential solutions regarding homelessness in East County. For most of those 10 years, El Cajon has supported this work with a stipend that's a drop in the bucket for the city, but it really does help ecassist.org keep operational as an effective resource for El Cajon and beyond. So we wanted to show you how we're using the funds you entrusted to us. ECS. Thank you, Harold. Something about that. Okay. ecassist.org contains a wealth of resources available in the 4 cities and nearby East County. It began as just an online home for a PDF that could be downloaded and printed. Then a grant from Pacific Southwest Association of Realtors and the National Association of Realtors allowed us to make it a functional website. Next, we designed pocket guides for the various cities and communities, and Live Well San Diego printed hundreds of them to be used and distributed by outreach workers, police officers, service providers, and businesses. But like any printed directory, the pocket guides were outdated as soon as they came off the presses. Last winter, ecassist.org was taken on as a senior experience project by a talented and dedicated team from Cal State San Marcos' College of Business Administration. Their hard work and genius took this to this. It's so much easier to use. There are so many more options to find the type of resources that you need where you need them, not to mention Google Translate, which is particularly necessary in El Cajon, considering the number of languages spoken in the homes in the city. The site is more mobile-friendly. The text boxes scroll down on your phone, and the orange buttons take you directly to the resource page. You click one of the, there we go. You click one of the items on the navigation bar at the top of the page, and you get this page. Or you can hover over it and get the drop-down menu to get this. You can scroll through the entire list of healthcare services, or you can click one of the orange buttons at the top to navigate to the first resource under that specific section of that page. Similarly, you can click the resources by city navigation header to get these icons, or use the drop-down. And since we're here, let's look at El Cajon. Again, you can scroll through the entire list of resources, or you can navigate to a specific type of list using those orange buttons. Now back to the home page. We made it easy to find local resources that are geared toward or limited to certain segments of the population. And this is my favorite part, an interactive map. You can click on a location and a box pops up with information about that site. If you click the expand button up there, it takes you to Google Maps, where you can adjust the zoom and you can customize your map view to take out or add back different kinds of icons depending on the sort of resources you're looking for. We still have an option to view or print PDFs, but now these entries are tied dynamically to the website information as it's updated. In fact, the current El Cajon resource guide is 32 pages long, although that might change as in the next week or two as I finish confirming sites and services in El Cajon. We've also added information for community members who want to volunteer for or donate to local service providers. And the task force also gladly welcomes donations to keep this website going. As we update, we do also update features as needed. For example, at a community meeting last November, one service provider asked us how they could update their information about their agency. So at the bottom of our contact page, under About, in that corner, we added a new button where they can notify us about changes to their resources and hours and locations and keep this website going. So that was the flying tour of the EC Assist website. I thank you for your attention, and I thank you for your ongoing help to keep this important resource up and running. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Let me check and see. I think Michelle wanted to start, and then we'll go down from there.
Thank you, Rebecca, for an excellent presentation. I want to just thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I have a question. Do you have any data as to how many visitors you got to the old site? Because I know it was kind of clumsy at times, kind of clunky, and it was difficult to get the information. I'm really looking forward to checking the new site out. But do you have any data as to how many visitors you got to that website on average?
We did not have a hit counter on that, and that I may be aging myself by calling it a hit counter, but we don't have that information, and that's one of the things that we could consider adding as funds and resources become available to do that.
Right, because I think that would be interesting to find out, and, you know, are you getting the traction that you need? Because this definitely is a resource for the public and for others who are trying to help those who are in need. And so it'd be kind of interesting, you know, maybe in 6 months or so, you know, you can come back and say, yeah, you know, we get 1,000 visitors a month or whatever it is. But thank you again for what you do and for your support.
Bill? No, Steve?
Excellent upgrade. It just looks a lot cleaner, nicer. Having been in a marketing side for a lot of my life, Google Analytics, you just plug in some code on each page and you'll get your counters for every page, all sorts of things. So it's free, and you just tell your programmers to look for Google Analytics code.
Well, that's my favorite price.
There you go. For those that live on the street and don't have access to a desktop computer, is this responsive to squish to a mobile version?
Yes, it does, and that's something that's very different from the previous site. One of the slides that I showed you was the mobile view.
Okay.
So those text boxes just scroll down your page, and we put the buttons in there so you don't have to scroll all the way through to get to that. If you want resources, you hit that orange button, and boom, there it is. We've also, I didn't put this in my presentation, but instead of the old resource card, the city guides, we're using this now. Well, we're going to start using this as soon as we get this approved and printed by good friends at the county. But this is going to be the QR code, so you can shoot it and then go immediately from your phone.
Great idea. Okay, thank you.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
It's clear that a lot of thought was put into this, and it looks like it's really easy to navigate, which is very important. And it lets the people know that things that they need are available right here in El Cajon.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice presentation. Staff, do you have any agenda changes?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have actually two that we would recommend. One is we'd recommend that we pull agenda item number 8, which is the Parkway Plaza update, for a later date. And then we would also recommend that agenda item 21, which is a closed session agenda item with conference with legal counsel, be moved up to around 4 o'clock to accommodate outside counsel. And so if we're close to that, I would recommend we move it out of order around that time and then recess into closed session and then come back out.
Would you be willing to remind me?
I would love to
Yeah,
do that.
thanks, appreciate that. Okay. Council, do we have any agenda changes? I'd like to make a motion then to approve the agenda changes made forth by staff.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
We're now at consent items. Consent items are routine matters enacted by one motion according to the recommendation listed below. With the concurrence of the City Council, a council member or person in attendance may request discussion of a consent item at this time. Council members, do you wish to pull any of the consent items? Staff?
No, sir.
Angela, do we have any speaker cards for consent items?
No speaker cards, sir.
I'd like to make a motion then to approve the consent items. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
That brings us to public comment. At this time, any person may address a matter within the jurisdiction of the City Council, Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency that is not on the agenda. Comments relating to items on today's agenda are to be taken at the time that the item is heard. State law prohibits discussion or action on items not on the agenda. However, City Council and Housing Authority members may briefly respond to statements or questions, and an item may be placed on a future agenda. Angela, do you have any speaker cards for public comment?
Yes, sir, we do. We have 4. The first one is Chuck K.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Chuck Kay. I'm a candidate for Council District 1 in the City of El Cajon. I just wanted to relate a quick story from last night, and it relates to the article in the paper about the San Diego Rescue Mission possibly putting a lighthouse here in El Cajon. I was at Magnolia in Maine on my way to get my baklava fix when a man approached me and asked me for a cigarette. I informed him I don't smoke. He was obviously just engaging me to see if he could get some money. We engaged in a conversation. He identified himself as a lifelong El Cajon resident, 31 years old. He told a story about addiction to methamphetamine and cocaine, how he'd burned his bridges with his family, and we had a pretty great conversation. But I thought, what a great example of why another shelter resource like San Diego Rescue Mission would be valuable here in the city of El Cajon to help folks get off the street. And then I thought about the business district I was in. It's Monday night, and as you know, it's not terribly active, and there's a lot more homeless out there on Monday nights. And I thought, what a great opportunity to kind of get that moved away and help those businesses thrive and encourage our citizens to come down and visit our businesses. And I just hope that somehow we're able to get that lighthouse here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Burnt.
Hello, welcome.
Council, Mayor, governing staff. Okay, so today I'm revisiting the city conduct code of ethics. First request we have is Mayor Wells to please remove everything from Facebook that is talking of conspiracies, that there may be fraud in the county of San Diego. There's all these alleged frauds that may exist, so why even talk about it? It's an abusive office. So I'm asking you politely, as a group, I'm asking on behalf of a group, that you will take that down, the OAN posts. Okay, so we all know the code of conduct here, right? Because you go to classes every year. So right here, it says, let me get my glasses on. Okay, it says you should be above reproach. be nonpartisan. People that are watching this or don't understand nonpartisan, it means we are not supposed to talk about being Democratic, Republican, or otherwise. You're all here to do a job, including yourself, Jennifer Lyon, and Graham Mitchell. Nonpartisan, you're all supposed to do a job. So I think this whole thing is going to be ignored under the rug, okay? So in that happening, you're not supposed to be attacking political parties, other issue, it goes on and on. You know the code. So what we have here is we can either talk about this firsthand, if this stops, that page comes down, the OAN removed, and or apology or retraction for what you've done, Mayor Wells. And Jennifer Lyon, you are the city attorney. It is your job to oversee what every council member is doing. And on that note, we are looking at the Bar Association, of looking at your bar license, that you guys can bring it together first. Laugh if you want, put a smile on your face, which I think I see over there to the right. This is no joke, because your guys' job is to do the job as city council. And Gary, I love you to pieces, but it didn't matter that you're Democratic or Republican, because each person here needs to put away their religious coats. This is not about God and God stamping everything you do, because a lot of these city councils, they want to stamp it. Okay, you need to follow this code of ethics. So right now, the Fair Political Practices Commission and the district attorneys at different levels and County Board of Supervisors are on top of this, working up a case. It'd be better if we could just work it out at this level and you guys stop what you're doing. First of all, Jennifer Lyon, please do your job, oversee what Bill is doing, and stop him, because the bar is going to be talking to you about your behavior, okay, because your job is to oversight what these guys are all doing, these ladies and gentlemen are doing. So I think we need to keep this civilized at this level. And if we have to spin it out, it will wind up in a court of law as a group of us who are going to put you all in check, okay? So thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that you will take down that disgusting stuff with OAN, Matt Gaetz. You know, this is all Trumpism MAGA. That has no place here. You know, he's a pedophile, as we know, Matt Gaetz. So you're pushing all this, and it's just disgusting. But thank you. I hope that you can correct that.
Two things.
Okay.
One is, what I'm asking for the county of San Diego is just to tell me where they spent the money.
I can tell you where it's spent. You know why?
Wait, this
tell you.
might-
I'll
it's
listen.
my turn to talk.
I apologize. Okay.
So I don't see any problem with an elected official asking where taxpayer money is going.
Right.
Second off,
Correct.
I think the First Amendment allows me to say anything I want.
No, it does not.
To believe anything I want.
Yes.
To have a religion and to have an opinion, they have a political party.
Okay.
No, we don't run under political parties. That's fine. But I have the Constitution of the United States gives me the ability to say whatever I want to say.
Not true, sir.
And you, as a citizen, have the right to vote me out of office.
Okay, let me tell you. The First Amendment is responsible speech. It is not allowed in the workplace if the workplace prevents it.
I'm not going to get into an argument with you
on
about
it.
constitutional law.
Okay, the court case. I know the court case. I know law pretty well.
Ma'am,
Okay, it says right here.
We're done.
You're not supposed to do it.
You had your 3
So
minutes,
you
ma'am.
don't have free speech rights. So you
Okay.
took up I'm responding to you. In the workplace.
I'm asking you politely
if the
to
workplace
let
says
the
you can't
podium
do
go
it,
so the next person
you
can come
now
up and talk.
cannot, under the first free speech law of the United States of America, you're not allowed to do it, and you're breaking the law, Bill.
Now, I don't want to have
You're
you
not-
removed
okay,
from
I'm
the
gonna
chambers.
leave,
I
but
really
you're
don't.
not going to fix it, and you're not going to fix it, Jennifer. So we are going to bring an action against the whole council.
Well, that's fine.
Brenda Hammond. Brenda Hammond.
I want extra minutes
Why?
because she did. Okay.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay. If you
okay,
want,
so I'm going to brag about myself first.
Yeah, go ahead.
On Saturday was Jack in the Box's 75th anniversary. Did you know that? 75
not
years
know that.
ago Saturday, they started, Jack in the Box started here in
75
San
years?
Diego on El Con Boulevard.
Wow, it's a
So
long time.
I started in Casa de Oro, I went to Lakeside, I went to Santee, I went to El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Bonita, and Murphy Canyon. And I walked in, I didn't ask for food or anything, I walked in and I said, "Happy birthday, Jack!" And they all got balloons and they smiled.
that's nice.
And I didn't ask for anything, but I'm bragging about myself. Okay, and then remember, blue and red make purple. So I'm going to put those down. And remind the county I'm not going to crack. I want to know where the money's being spent too,
Thanks.
because I didn't see it, for me personally. And and then I want to remind Graham that I need help with my book. I need the money. Sheriff Gore told me at one time to write it and then write a second one, but then he died. Okay, so I just want to say thank you. I can't wait for the concerts, and I'll see you in a couple more agenda items.
When I was a kid, I worked at Jack in the Box. I would have loved to have you come and do that. So
I worked there. I worked at Jack in the Box in La Mesa for 3 weeks until FedMart called me and said, I said, okay, I'll come to work with FedMart.
I didn't
That
get
I was 19 years old.
I didn't get that call. I stayed with Jack in the Box, but
Okay, but I have one more fun thing since I have time.
sure.
So, would I tell the homeless people, because I go out and talk with the homeless people every night, or I listen to their concerns, just in the area. And I tell them, you know, you can wash your hair. Go, just get some shampoo and water, wash your hair. Use your shirt as a towel, like I just did. I just rinsed it. But then when you're walking, it'll wash your back, because your shirt will be wet.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Thanks for coming.
We have 3 more speakers. The next one is Anna Holmes.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome, and thank you very much. And I am so glad that she broke the ice, made it a little humorous. I, too, want to make it a little humorous. Remember when we had El Cajon Speedway here? Remember when we had so much fun going there? I know it was a bit loud. I know it was, but it was something that really elevated this whole city and the whole region. We had companies that were working on vehicles. We had money that was coming, you know, people were going out to the Speedway. Okay, my idea, my husband and I, have talked about this extensively. We would like to see Parkway Plaza changed into a Laguna-style, Seca-style sort of track. You know, something that could be used 365 days a year. Who would come from everywhere? Everywhere. Here. Wow. We would have an excellent place for people to stay, restaurants, businesses that have to do with vehicles. People, it would float all the boats here in this city. This is a really great place, Parkway Plaza. It has a lot of abilities to put either a quarter or a half mile track on there, or maybe even an oval 1/8 mile track, and it would be profitable. I think it's a lot better than putting apartments, even shopping centers. Shopping centers can line the place. Grocery stores, everything can line the place. Well, I know that was going to be one of the subjects that was going to be talked about today, but it's been put off, and I'm glad because I would like to see you guys just try something different, something wonderful for this region. Thank you very much.
Hey, the one thing I just want to say, because a lot of people ask me about things like this, and I wanted to make it clear. We really don't have a whole lot of say what's going to be built there, in the sense that it's going to be market driven. So investors have to come in and be willing to invest their money. So if they thought that was a good investment, I think it sounds like a lot of fun. But I think it's going to be hard to, like sometimes people say, why don't you build a spaghetti factory? Because the cities don't build spaghetti factories. Spaghetti factory wants to come in, and then we give them conditional use permit. So
You can entice, you can bring out the best. I mean, there are people who would really get into this idea if, in fact, it was rolling out of their head saying, I think that the city of El Cajon to go for it.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just wanted to kind of clarify that. So thank you.
Oh, I understand. Thank you so much for listening to me.
No, thanks for coming.
Deborah Cushman.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. I know you're not going into an executive session, but I couldn't have spoken at that time anyways. But I did want to speak about the Parkway Plaza matter. Specifically, I don't think the city has necessarily a great track record in negotiating real estate contracts. It'd be really nice to see some true savvy professionals, because you're going to be going up against some very professional real estate people on the other side when you do that negotiation. I'm hoping that the city does an analysis of the property tax revenue it's going to be losing if you're the owner of the property, because I don't think you pay property tax as the owner. And then also, I think it's a big red flag if a real estate company wants to sell their property to a governmental entity, then it suggests that it doesn't have a lot of redevelopment value, which will make it more difficult to create any kind, since you said it's going to go out to investors. So I'm really hoping that the next time that's on the closed session, that it shows that there's some real estate professionals that are included in your
Just to ease your mind a little bit,
group.
Graham, would you just give a quick overview of the people we've got involved in this project?
Yeah, clearly, this is.
Ma'am, I wanted you to hear this. This is for you.
This would be, if the city were to acquire this property, this would be probably the most complicated acquisition that any on our staff have ever dealt with, and frankly, most city staff in the state of California have ever dealt with. I mean, when we were interviewing attorneys for this, they were saying this is kind of a first for a lot of places. So we clearly recognize our lack of ability to close the deal, and so because of that, we've surrounded ourselves with team members through contractors that will help us with this, from financial advisors to folks that have development experience. So we be assured, council, that we have some good professionals on our side.
And we've entered into a contract with a consulting company. Isn't that correct?
Actually, multiple consulting companies. Yeah.
I hope that eases your mind.
Can we know who they are?
I'm sure that we could say.
I can let you know offline.
Okay.
Yeah, if you'll stop by and give
All right.
your email address.
We couldn't even do the urban pizza right. I think the only entity in the county that does a good job with real estate is the Port of San Diego, but they have a massive real estate group.
Again, the reality of this is 99% of this is all market driven. So it's not the city that makes or breaks urban pizza. It's urban pizza that makes or breaks urban pizza.
Well, but the city gave up the money. That's the point.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Last speaker.
Hold on a second. Phil wanted to say something.
Just a comment for the public and maybe for our council and staff to consider. You know, Parkway Plaza is the largest underused plot of land, I think, in the county at this point. And there's a lot of interest from the public of what's going to happen, if something's going to happen. I think it would be wise for the city, when it's appropriate and there is some kind of a plan, to solicit resident feedback, not only for their ideas, but just to kind of keep the public abreast of what the city can do, what the city can't do. I mean, I think we did an excellent job taking our homeless what's the word I'm looking for? Homeless town halls. We did a great job with that. I think we I think we do some of the best town halls in the county with regard to municipalities. Our sales tax increase, those road shows and those town halls were fantastic. We did a 6-month study with Hunden Partners, which is a group that has helped at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen cities across the country take their dying malls and create new vision for them. They did a 6-month study that's public as well, that anybody in the public can go see. So presenting that in some form or fashion, I think, is really early in the process from where we're at, but something for staff to consider.
We've actually started that. So during Haunt Fest, we had a booth, and we actually solicited a lot of information from the public there. We've entered into a contract with Kimley Horn through the Sandag Smart Growth Incentive Grant. So they're doing the land use study. As part of that land use study, there's a pretty robust community outreach component.
Right.
So they've already conducted their first online town hall, and I believe they're due to do 1 or 2 more town halls in person. So there'll be plenty of opportunities to engage the public and get input from the public.
Awesome, that's great. So tell your friends, your neighbors, come to our town halls, pack them out. We want to hear as much as possible. This is, in its heyday, Parkway Plaza, when the carousel was there, that was the largest source of tax revenue for the city, and it's gone down. Amazon killed it. COVID was the death blow to it. So unfortunately, the status quo at Parkway Plaza, from my perspective, has been no one's really taken a leadership role. The city has taken a step out and said, we're going to take a leadership role to kind of guide the owners to see what Parkway Plaza could be for the city, to revitalize it. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think it has a lot of potential, and we want to get it right. So we want to surround ourselves with the best and brightest people and all the feedback we can get. And I love that you made a reference to the El Cajon Speedway. I played indoor soccer at the soccer park back then, and I missed both of them. So there you go.
Last speaker is Thomas Kelly.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. It's my first time here, so I don't know quite how to do it, but I'm here to just voice a concern. I tried to report an in-progress cybercrime text scam to the police department today, and I was basically referred to I3GOV, which is the FBI website. That's troubling, because cybercrimes are a big deal, and when someone comes up with a in-progress situation and they're blown off, that's very troubling. I'd like to know what, is there a mechanism to improve that? Is there an intent to improve that? Or should I expect status quo as I've experienced today?
I think this is
Thank you.
outside of my knowledge base, so I'm going to ask our chief of police to come up and explain how this works.
Well, while he's doing that, I'll also talk a little bit about this. He should expect status quo. Nationwide, there is not a program to deal with this issue. In fact, San Diego State is bringing on some consultants that are actually looking at creating a national framework. When you look at a lot of crimes that are interjurisdictional, whether it be human trafficking or drugs, there are task force, there are databases. There's no such thing on the federal level at all when it comes to this, partly because it's almost virtually impossible to track down and there's so many foreign entities. So it is a challenge, and there's a need for a national framework to assist in this, and a police department, and the chief can elaborate, has almost zero authority, power, or capacity to solve a crime that's related to this matter. So I'll let the chief.
I'm glad you.
May I respond to him?
Sure.
Mayor, I was responding to the council.
Okay.
I think if we get into that, if he would like, we can set up a meeting. I can talk to him.
Yeah,
but that we're moving into an agenda item at this
So,
point.
sir, what I think I'll do is I'll have the police chief speak to this, and then we'll, if you leave your information, somebody from the staff can contact you to give you a more thorough briefing. This young lady right here, she'll take your information, and then somebody will get back to you. But Chief, he brings up a good point, because I didn't know much about this. Maybe you could enlighten us a little bit?
Yeah, the city manager's absolutely right. He basically covered it. You know, we don't have the resources or the capability, and I know this isn't going to, be the answer that anyone wants to hear, but cybercrime is nearly I mean, we don't even know that it's jurisdictional within the United States, much less within our city or our jurisdiction or the state of California. So there's almost effectively no current way for us to investigate this. We don't have the resources to do it. The current best practice is exactly what this gentleman was referred to, and that is a federal government website.
Is the FBI, are they addressing this issue?
Yeah, to the best of their abilities, of
Yeah, I
course.
know. It's a massive new problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, anybody else?
No more speaker cards.
Okay. There are no written communications on today's agenda. We have one public hearing on today's agenda. Item 6 is regarding the Chase Common Interest Development, and staff will tell us all about this.
That's what I assumed. All right. All right. Sorry for the delay there. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Spencer Hayes Flores. I'm the Associate Planner with Development Services. This public hearing item for your consideration proposes to convert an existing residential development to common interest. So the project includes a planned unit development, or a PUD, as well as a tentative subdivision map, or a TSM, that would convert 4 existing rental units to for sale units. The subject homes are detached, single-family style, and the project includes the creation of 4 sublots, as well as a 5th lot for common access and utilities. The subject site is addressed 653 through 669 West Chase Avenue, which is on the south side of Chase between Lemon and Emerald Avenues. The site is within the medium-density general plan land use designation and has a consistent residential multifamily RM6000 zoning designation. The site is 26,613 square feet, or just over half an acre. And the project is directly adjacent to another planned unit development, as well as other multifamily units in the RM6000 zone. 2 of the existing homes have two-car attached garages, and the plans show that there's sufficient space for 2 additional garages for the remaining units, although they are not required by this conversion to common interest. It's also important to note that one of those units, addressed as 657 East Chase Avenue, is a accessory dwelling unit, or an ADU. The proposed conditions of approval would require that ADU be updated to a primary unit through a building permit action prior to the formalization of this conversion to common interest. And here's another view of the site. I just wanted to quickly note here that the proposed conditions of approval require that the exterior yard areas, as well as the parkway adjacent to the public sidewalk, be rehabilitated for landscaping. This is the proposed tentative map. The sublots are outlined in blue on this exhibit, and the common lot is outlined in red. The common driveway is proposed to be widened to 22 feet, which is the standard for the RM6000 zone. It should be noted that there are multiple patio covers displayed here, which are proposed to be removed with this project. I also wanted to point out that the northerly driveway would be closed and replaced with curb gutter and sidewalk, and that the southerly driveway serving the common access would be updated to current regional standards. Another aspect of these conversions to common interest is a physical elements report, or a PER. That PER is an overall assessment of the current conditions at the site, and it's basically important to ensure that when these homes go up for sale, that they're free of any major defects or issues. The PER notes that the units are in overall good condition, but does make some recommendations for items such as updated egress windows for bedrooms, the replacement of 2 water heaters, rehabilitation of landscaping like I just mentioned, and among other minor repairs. And those recommendations of the report are included as proposed conditions of approval for the project. In addition, the conversion to common interest requires the recordation of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or CC&Rs, as well as the formation of an HOA, a homeowners association. That HOA would be responsible for maintenance of common facilities, such as the common driveway and the utilities that run through it. In addition, the conversion to common interest requires that certain tenant notifications are provided. So, for example, the existing tenants were notified of this process to convert. They would also be offered a 90-day window to contract to purchase the property should this project be approved. That right to purchase would need to be offered at the same or more favorable terms as those offered to the general public. It's proposed that this project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines. That section provides an exemption for existing facilities where only minor modifications are proposed. At the hearing held on January 20th of this year, The El Cajon Planning Commission voted to recommend City Council approval of this project. At that hearing, one member of the public spoke, just seeking clarification regarding the project. And it's staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the CEQA determination, as well as Plan Unit Development number 2025-0001 and tentative subdivision map number 2025-0014, subject to conditions, since it's consistent with our general plan and housing element goals, and since it creates additional home ownership opportunities in the city. And I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? Steve has one.
You mentioned some of the improvements that are conditions. I'm looking at page 75 of the staff report that has a patio slab at 653, which looked pretty bad, wood rot, and one of those things. Is that the list where they have to fix?
That is an overall list. I believe the full physical elements report is also included a little bit further down in the attachments. But yeah, so for example, that particular patio slab, that's one of those patios that's proposed to be demolished with this project, so that should not be an issue. I believe the wood rot was also on a patio cover, which would be demolished. Most of those recommendations do require a building permit, so that's something that would be assessed once they apply.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, thank you. Thanks for coming. Nice report. The public hearing is open. Angela, do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards.
I'd like to make a motion then to close the public hearing.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Any discussion? Somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah, I think I have to make three separate motions. So my first will be to adopt the resolution in order approving the CEQA determination of exemption.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
And my next motion will be to adopt the next resolution approving the planned unit development number 2025-001, subject to conditions outlined in the staff report.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
And my last will be to move approving the tentative subdivision map number 2025-0014, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
We have 5 administrative reports on today's agenda. Item 7 is the consideration of resolutions to approve the second amended and restated Regional Wastewater Disposal Agreement, or SARA. And administrative agreement number 1. I'll ask staff to introduce this item.
All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Blake Behringer. I'm the Wastewater Associate Engineer with Development Services now. Today, we bring forward something 4 years in the making, the second amended and restated agreement. I am joined today by speakers from multiple jurisdictions as well as support consultants from the Metro JPA. Dexter Wilson of Dexter Wilson Engineering, the Metro JPA consultant. And then his protege, Kathleen Noel, might speak as well. Lisa Salea, the Executive Assistant Director for the City of San Diego PUD. Jerry Jones, the Chair of the Metro JPA. And Adriana Ochoa, the Metro JPA Legal Counsel. All right, so the SARA. The City of San Diego owns the municipal sewer system as well as the metropolitan sewer system, which is the regional system that 12 different participating agencies as well as the city discharge to. El Cajon owns its own sewer system, but it's just a collection system. All of the treatment currently goes to Metro and then down to the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant. In the very near future, we will be transitioning to the East County AWP project for the majority of our treatment, but currently, all of it goes to Metro. The regional system provides the treatment and disposal. After it's treated at the Point Loma station, it goes out into the Pacific Ocean. The service for all of the PAs is governed by the Regional Wastewater Disposal Agreement. The current one is called the Amended and Restated Agreement, which was passed not that long ago, 4 years ago. So here we have the map of the metropolitan wastewater system. It covers the majority of the county, all funneling down in multiple lines down to the Point Loma treatment station. So we basically covered all of that. All right. So we have no treatment in El Cajon anymore. Everything goes to the Metro system for treatment and disposal. And the agreement before us today would be the second amended agreement for all of the treatment capacity rights and cost allocation and governance over the entire program. And then with the with the AWP transition in 2027, we will have the majority of our regular wastewater flows going to AWP, but we still need the Metro system for the flows that go out of our city through La Mesa, as well as the peak weather flows, because AWP was not designed to take on our wet weather flows. And the approval of this ERA guarantees us reliable treatment and wet weather flow capacity. And with that, I will turn it over to Dexter Wilson.
And Mr. Wilson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council on the second amended and restated agreement. I'm Dexter Wilson. I serve as the technical representative for the JPA and the TAC Committee, and that serves the 12 participating agencies. One of those agencies is El Cajon, so in effect, I work for you. I look out for your interests in the Metro JPA negotiations with the city, budgets, engineering issues. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you all for allowing 2 of your staff members to serve as TAC Chair and Vice Chair. Yasmin and Blake have been very good at helping move this agreement along, looking out for the interests of all the agencies and providing very good input. And again, I just want to thank you. They have been very valuable to the JPA system. I'd like to quickly go through this timeline. We operated for about 20 years on a 1998 regional wastewater agreement that basically was set up for the clean water system, where they built a bunch of reclamation plants that have been somewhat underutilized back in the late 90s. At that time, they also formed the Metro JPA, which Councilmember Kendrick sits on, and all the 12 member agencies have a participant on. And that is a body to make recommendations to the City Council of the City of San Diego for items concerning Metro. In 2021, we adopted the first amended and restated agreement. That was a very important document for the City of El Cajon. It is a document that provided the cost sharing for Phase 1 pure water in the city and allowed the City of El Cajon and the other participating member agencies in the East County to have a reduced participation in Phase 1 pure water to allow them to concentrate their monetary efforts on the East County project. That document also set up a cap for wastewater costs to try to protect the member agencies going forward for pure water Phase 1 and 2. It also set up the cost share between the water and wastewater costs for the pure water program, which is very important to try to keep the wastewater costs in line in the metro system. And it also established a need for additional items that we were not able to develop because it was felt that those first 3 items we need to we needed to complete negotiations very quickly to have those protections in place before we tackled larger, or I won't say larger, more complex issues in the second amended and restated agreement. At this point, it is negotiated. The agencies are considering it for approval. 9 agencies have unanimously approved it. You are considering it tonight. In March, the County of San Diego will consider it. In April, the City of San Diego, which is a non-participating agency but the 13th member to the agreement. And we only have 1 agency who has not scheduled it for approval, and that's Padre Dam. In 2027, we're assuming the ECAP program diversions will begin. It's very important that before that occurs, this agreement is in place. At least I feel it is. And the other point is this agreement is intended to last till 2065. I'll go through this one pretty quickly. The Master Wastewater Disposal Agreement, again, that was 1998 agreement. Point Loma Pump Station 1 and Pump Station 2 do date back to 1963, and the agencies all participated in wastewater all the way back to 1963, some even earlier, but it was revised in this document revised how the agencies interacted with one another. The amended and restated agreement, the ARA, is what's in place now. We are now considering 2 documents, the second amended and restated agreement, which will protect the City of El Cajon from Phase 2 pure water unfair costs because it will replace the capacity rights chart and reduce the capacity sections that will be charged to pure water Phase 2. And the second item, the one on the right, the administrative agreement, that is something that's very important to the City of San Diego for industrial pretreatment. Right now, any of the agencies, including El Cajon, that has industrial users, has a separate agreement with the city. This document is to bring it all together in one uniform document so all 12 participating agencies are treated the same. Key SARA updates. It updates cost allocation frameworks for wastewater and water reuse programs, trying to encourage water reuse programs, establishes a modernized billing methodology, functional allocated billing. This brings the metro system billing up to date with what other JPAs and joint sewer systems are using. It clarifies treatment rights and regional system cost participation. It does that by breaking down into more detail to allow for other items to be charged, like peak flows so we can give a reduced rate for that flow as opposed to average flow. Provides a framework to address future regional infrastructure and reuse projects. And there's a simplified guide to SARA that's included as an attachment 3 to the staff report. And I've been working on this a long time, so I might go into a little bit of too much detail on some of this stuff, but I think we have a very, very good document here. Move forward. Oh. Okay. That's where we're at, right? Okay. The key structural and operational improvements under SARA. This first one is very important. It clarifies allocation of penalties, enforcement actions, and regulatory compliance. It gives the member agencies, participating agencies, some say in how the city allocates penalties for fines from the regional board. We've had 2 fines that have come about in the last 5 years, and this is something that's very important to have some input on. It establishes administrative agreements for efficient implementation of program updates. We have spent 5 years and approximately $1 million of participating agency money to try to get this document to this state. These administrative agreements will allow us to go in and surgically make changes to this document so we don't have to spend the time and effort that has been involved to revise this document. It improves transparency and clarity in agreement administration. Right now, a lot of the provisions of the agreement, which we have going right now under SARA, one attorney will tell you you can do something, a second attorney will tell you you can't do that, and a third attorney will tell you, well, you can do it, but you'll probably get sued. This document clarifies a lot of those positions and clarifies how the participating agencies interact with the city of San Diego. And the next one, it provides clear approval pathways for future agreement modifications. It establishes how the administrative agreements would be approved. There are several different ways they can be approved now, but it clarifies that process to make it easier to amend this document. And it provides the participating agencies with greater cost certainty and protection through clear allocation and billing provisions, which is very much needed. Administrative agreement number 1. Again, this is something that was very important to the city of San Diego. They're putting a pure water program in place. They want to protect that wastewater as a resource for reuse. And right now they have 12 different versions of how to protect it. They want a uniform document that establishes a uniform regional pretreatment and source control program administration. It clarifies roles and responsibilities between the participating agencies and San Diego. And the city of San Diego is basically now in charge of the system so they can control it. The city of San Diego will directly bill industrial users for applicable permits and inspections, and it improves administrative efficiencies and reduces city administrative burden, and there's no impact to residential customers. This is all your industrial users. There's been a lot of talk about the FAB system of billing. This pie chart is intended to give you a quick overview of how the system works. I'm going to talk about the right, and I'll go into the chart. This updates the billing structure to align costs with system usage. It improves transparency and consistency in cost allocation. It supports regional infrastructure and water reuse programs. by setting up how charges can work for sending only peak flows. If you want to take average flow off like East County is doing, it provides a mechanism of a fair charge to send your peaks when you need to. We're hoping if everyone approves this, the anticipated implementation begins in 2027, and the future cost is subjected to reconciliation, reports, and audits by the City of San Diego. Quickly, the blue section of this chart is the variable cost. Right now, all of the costs for the metro system are variable. There are no fixed. So if someone has an ownership and they pull out all their flow, they continue to have their ownership with no charge for maintenance, which was deemed unfair. It's sort of like the old couple that has a car in their garage and they drive it to church on Sunday, and that's all they do. They still take it in to get it maintained once a year so they have a reliable car to drive. Here, what we're trying to do in this pie chart with fixed charges, and I will point them out to you, you can see up in the green an incremental peak charge. It's the second one from the left. That is the charge that we're putting in place to assure that the facilities in the metro system that are needed to handle peak flows, half a dozen to a dozen times a year, are maintained so those pumps are ready to run when they need to run. And then there's another charge I'd like to point out. It's RSDP. It's in the blue at 0.6%. That is another charge to try to accommodate reuse. It is a reduced charge for flow for brine from an upstream reuse plant. So both the incremental peak and the RSDP are charged at a lesser rate than the flow that you see on this chart to try to encourage reuse. The recommended actions are approve the second amended and restated wastewater disposal agreement, approve the administrative agreement number 1, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreements. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you. Let me see. Start with Michelle and move right down.
Thank you for your report. A lot of information there. One thing that I noticed that it says no impact to residential customers, but this cost you to do the $1 million in 5 years to get to this point, and because of the increase in cost in building facilities and the cost of doing business. How is this going to, it says it's no impact to residents, but to be blunt, most times when businesses make things better, the customer pays.
That's a very good question. The industrial waste program is just a program that charges industrial waste users.
Okay.
They're a separate class of users. The intent is to have those industrial users pay the cost for serving them. That's what I was intending to say, because administrative agreement number 1 is only for industrial waste users.
Okay. And I guess I appreciate that clarification because I didn't understand that it was mainly for industrial users versus your residential.
Yes, this entire administrative agreement
Okay.
is how we uniformly deal with industrial waste users. It's a very complex question, but the intent is to prevent hazardous chemicals from going into the wastewater on the user side so that they don't have to be taken out on the treatment side.
No, and I understand because we have Senior Aerospace down the street from my house, which is a prime example of companies dumping let's just say, bad things into the water system. And, we've got the fallout in my neighborhood. The people in my district are the ones that suffered the most from that egregious actions. So I just am looking out and wanted to make sure that we were taking care of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil, did you have anything? Steve?
Thank you. I know we're past our 4 o'clock time, so I'm going to,
As long as we do it as the next agenda item, I think we're fine.
okay. So if you could just give me kind of a yes or no on these questions, that would be fine with me. That's all I need to know. The SARA seems to give us greater protections than the existing ARA agreement. Would you agree?
I strongly agree.
Okay, sounds good. If we are concerned about San Diego putting too many things in the fixed cost area, the Metro Board has the right to approve or reject those changes and can appeal or approve or reject with the 2/3 vote of the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that 2/3 vote is not a weighted vote with the city of San Diego having a lot like it does with MTS and Sendag. It's just Del Mar has the same vote as San Diego. Is that correct?
Correct. San Diego doesn't even vote.
Sounds good. Okay, Chula Vista. We'll do that
Yes,
one.
Chula Vista does.
So it looks like about 25% fixed. This is probably more of a question for staff. Are we okay with the dollars represented by that green section versus what we're paying today?
I'll let Blake
Yeah.
handle that.
So basically, El Cajon has the same type of fixed cost allocation with our own rates. 24% of our rate this year was a fixed cost. It depends, the fixed costs are higher for some rate categories versus others, but overall, the 24% versus about 28% we're showing here for the new FAB method. The FAB methodology, those fixed costs are much more supportable with actual data, what type of infrastructure is used for each type of treatment or transportation or anything like that. So the way that it's outlined now, without the FAB, El Cajon pulling off would receive an unfair advantage compared to everyone else. Everyone in the attack group, the Metro attack group, as well as the Metro board, has approved this methodology. It's very defensible. It takes multiple steps to get even to a vote. And we have every 5 years built into the SARA, we are requiring another study to be done. So yes, the numbers, it increases our amount, but at the end of the day, it covers what we expect to pay for the ability to continue using the system where we need it.
Sounds good. Okay, so the three agencies who haven't signed it are the County, San Diego, El Cajon, and Padre. Coincidentally, the same three agencies that make up the East County Advanced Water Purification.
Yes, slightly coincidentally. On the county's part, it just takes a long time for them to get agendized.
This is critical to us because El Cajon is half of the flow that will go into the AWP. So this is really, really important to the city of El Cajon. The overarching thing is we don't want to pay twice.
Correct.
We have the AWP, which is $1 billion project, and the cost will be offset by water sales to Helix. But it makes sense that we would help pay for having continued access to Metro for wet weather, stormy conditions that the AWP pipes can't handle. Are you comfortable saying what we think we're going to pay is, I'll call it dues, to be part of the Metro JPA, knowing that we won't be a big producer, what we're going to pay in dues versus what we're going to have to pay AWP. It all comes out of the ratepayers' pockets.
Right.
So we don't want to ding them twice. That's why I'm kind of saying this is critical.
Absolutely.
Are,
And we,
are you
we,
are you comfortable that the existing structure of this fits hand in glove with the AWP as well?
absolutely. It's modernized in the way where it really just shows us what we are paying for is what we need.
Sounds
the,
good.
The January 1st storm showed us we definitely need the peak capacity.
Sounds good. And I know we're going down to 500,000 gallons a day. You know, we still need access, but the ratepayers would say, oh my gosh, why are we paying for two systems? We just need to pay dues to still be a member, even if we don't play there a lot.
Right.
Is what we're
it's
saying.
It's just what we're
Agreed.
using.
I'd like to take a moment to thank our city attorney, who went through this agreement pretty thoroughly and really gave me a lot of comfort from a legal perspective, what our rights, what our protections are. So it was a very helpful analysis. Thank you.
Gary, do you have anything?
Well, I've been on the Metro board for 6 years, and I would tell you it's the most complex board I've ever been on in my 30 years of public service. And it's like a giant equation with fixed costs and variable costs, and everybody has their own input. Every city has a little bit of input, and everybody gets along exceedingly well, and everybody works together, and nobody is taken advantage of. Everybody's comfortable with that. And I've spent many, many hours on this. And I want to thank Jerry Jones, former 20-year Lemon Grove City Council member who took me under his wing and showed me all this complicated stuff. And I'm satisfied that El Cajon is being treated fairly. And another thing people may not realize is that when we have big storms, the water gets into the sewer system, and we need to send it someplace. We don't want manhole covers floating down the street. So that's one of the reasons we need to stay in Metro to take care of these giant flows. And then with advanced water purification, I think you guys send the brine using the Metro system, don't you? So we gotta, that's another issue. So there are all these different inputs all over the place, and believe me, we've really beat it to death in these meetings. Anybody that sat in there is well aware of these hours and hours long meetings just to discuss one sentence or one paragraph. And so I'm completely on board with this. I think every city will benefit, El Cajon will benefit, and I put my faith behind it completely.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Nice report. Very comprehensive. Appreciate it. Angela, do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, sir.
All right. Bring it back to the council for discussion or a vote or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the Second Amendment and restated wastewater disposal agreement and approve the Metropolitan Sewage System Administrative Agreement number 1 for unified management of industrial waste, discharge pretreatment, and enhanced source control.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Ask our city attorney to tell us about what's going to happen in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council is going to adjourn to closed session to discuss one item of existing litigation. It is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Gregg versus the City of El Cajon. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion then to adjourn to closed session temporarily for the one item and then come back and continue the meeting. Second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
We'll be back pretty quick, folks, to continue with the meeting. I think we should continue. We're skipping item 8. It's been pulled. Going to item 9. Item 9 is to provide results of the speed cushion pilot program, and our staff will tell us about this item.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mario Sanchez, City Engineer for Development Services Department. This presentation provides a summary of the community outreach results obtained for the Speed Cushions pilot program.
Excuse me.
As you recall, City Council approved the Speed Cushion pilot program at the September 23rd, 2025 council meeting. 3 residential streets were selected based on speeding inquiries from the various neighborhoods. And subsequently, an outreach was conducted to affected households. The pilot program focused on Sandalwood Drive, Taft Avenue, and Graves Avenue. Engineering staff outreach to the affected households by mailing a brief letter summary to gauge their interest in participating in the installation of speed cushions on their street. The first street, this slide shows the affected households on Sandalwood Drive that received survey letters. And there are roughly 53 households, and the lower right-hand corner, as you recall, is the measured speed, the 85th percentile, and the two-way average daily traffic per day, and the classification of the actual street. Second street was Taft Avenue, and this shows all the affected households. And there were 71 households on this street, south of Washington, and the 85th percentile speed when we measured was 32 miles an hour. The traffic volume was a little bit less than another comparable street like Sandalwood, but 459 vehicles per day, and it's a residential street classification. Third and final street was Graves Avenue between Broadway and Lloyd Street, and this street has roughly 52 households, and again, the 85th percentile speed that was measured was 32 miles per hour, with roughly 1,200 vehicles traveling on that street per day. And within the last 3 or 4 months, Graves Avenue and Cedar Street received the installation of a four-way stop. This slide just going to highlight the outreach process. It consisted of the following. The initial survey letter was mailed to all affected households on November 3rd, 2025. A second reminder notice was mailed on December 4th, 2025, requesting residents to submit the responses by December 19th of 2025. Subsequently, on December 17th, a final notice was mailed to the residents advising that a lack of response received from the affected household would be considered as a no vote. So, and then finally, the survey was closed on January 5th of this year. So there are essentially multiple opportunities for residents to participate in the pilot program. So this slide talks about our traffic calming policy. It roughly states that in order for a speed cushion installation, a 67% approval or 2/3 approval rate must be met in order to ensure that speed cushion installations reflects the neighborhood consensus. This in turn will reduce any potential conflicts where devices are placed near homes for people that did not approve their installation. These next few slides are the actual results of our survey letters that were sent out. And this, for Sandalwood, this is the number of yes votes that were cast on the three separate pilot streets, and they all fell short of the 67% majority required for their installation. So none of these pilot locations reached the 2/3 or 67% threshold. This slide shows in more detail. On Sandalwood Drive, a total of 53 notices were mailed. 47% casted yes, and 9% cast a no vote, with 43% of the households that did not respond to the actual survey. On Taft Avenue, similar results. The 71 surveys were sent out. 34% casted yes, 13% cast a no vote, with 54% of the households not responding to the survey. And then on Graves Avenue, 52 surveys were mailed. 35% casted yes, 10% casted no, with the 56% not responding to the actual survey. So again, none of the pilot locations reached the 2/3 or 67% threshold. So finally, staff recommendation. Staff recommends that City Council on whether to proceed with their installation or not to proceed due to the lack of majority consensus. Also, engineering requests that council direction on either continuing the pilot program, modifying the program, or testing at alternative streets. So I'll open it up for questions.
Thanks. Anybody have a question? Okay, we'll go with Gary and then down the line.
Do we have any requests for traffic calming devices in District 1?
Not to my knowledge, no. We've had them in the past. Chatham would be one location where that just rings a bell near a school that's in District 1, I believe.
Yeah, that maybe we should look. Maybe we should look into that. Take a look at some of our requests regarding speeders in District 1, because none of these were in District 1.
Well, as you recall, we did a study, and we were looking at a couple things. One is streets that had higher speeds, exorbitantly higher speeds, and then cut through streets. So it was kind of another criteria. Right. I know one of the high speeding streets in District 1 is on a pretty steep hill, and that would preclude us from putting in a speed hump. So there are some
hills and
curves,
substantial
things
curves.
like that. So
yeah.
that would be a limitation. So.
Speed cushions, is that speed humps that we kind of use?
They're temporary installations where we can we
bolt them down
with nailing down,
okay,
and so forth.
I thought we were talking about Bostonia Street, Dorothy Street. I don't remember these streets. So are those other streets still on the map for consideration?
So we gave you about 6 streets. These streets are the 3 that the council selected. So one of the options is if these residents are not interested, we can go to that next set of streets that did not make the cut, that we presented to the council but did not make the cut, such as Dorothy, and I believe Bostonia was
another one
too.
Yeah. Oh, wow, okay. I guess, okay. So my recommendation would be residents had ample opportunity to do that, so we scrap these 3. Let's go to Bostonia if you want specifics. Let's go to Dorothy if you want specifics.
With regard, thank you
Sure.
for the report. With regard to the online survey, do you remember how many questions were on the survey? Was it?
It was just a one-sheeter, sheet.
Like 2 or 3 questions?
2 or 3 questions.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it was really brief.
Oh, that's fantastic.
There's a QR code on the questionnaire.
Made it super
really
easy.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to remember what, I know that there was a resident that came asking, hey, can I go door to door? What, can you tell me what they're allowed to do?
He was on Dorothy, and of course a neighbor can do that, right?
Okay.
If a neighbor wants to solicit, what they can't do is turn in
A sheet for them.
A sheet for them, because
We can't
we don't know if
verify.
that's a real vote or whatever.
Correct.
So,
But he can just do the QR code and say, hey, go do it now.
Absolutely, yes, yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate that we couldn't get buy-in from the community. So yeah, I would say let's move on to other streets. Dorothy, what was the other one that we mentioned?
Bostonia was
was another one.
And I'm trying to remember if there was a sixth one that we presented initially, or maybe we just
forget.
presented 5.
Either way, I mean, I would like to see this come to fruition in some way, shape, or form at some street. So maybe if we know some of the residents that came and we could reach out to them and say, hey, we're going to, if you would like this to move forward, someone's got to champion this on their street. Just so we see what the effect of it is. Sandalwood seems like those numbers were trending the right direction. 9% out of 53. That's just a handful of houses, single digits. So I guess it's just the elbow grease needed to be a little bit stronger to door knock. So the did not votes is unfortunate. So yeah.
I'd like Chatham in on that too, if we could.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We should analyze that. I wouldn't recommend Chatham if the speeds are below. Let us do some analysis first.
Okay.
I think there's some value in making sure, because I worry about liability that we might have as well if we're recommending a street that doesn't trigger the need for it. So
Right.
We'll do some analysis first on that for sure.
Perfect.
Anybody else? I just have a question about the method. If I'm looking at this chart, I think it's pretty obvious to me that most people seem to want this. A lot more yes votes than no votes, and the yes votes seem to equal, in some degrees, the did not vote. So the real question is like, did not vote really mean no, or did not vote just mean that they weren't engaged in the process? I would guess that they were not engaged in the process. So my question is there a way that we can get a more comprehensive understanding of what people really want on that street and not just rely upon a rigid guideline?
Well, the council set the 67% threshold at staff's recommendation. The council, you could set a 20% threshold if the council wants. There's nothing legal or magical about 67%. Staff would recommend, in talking to my colleagues in other communities, speed humps are very divisive. Both people want them or hate them. There's one city manager I spoke to that they had to work on a policy of how to remove them because once they were installed, there was now a upward or remove the speed hump. So I think it behooves the council to have a pretty a rigid threshold, and but if those votes look good enough, like more people said yes than no. If this were a council election, for example, the yeses win in every single case. But you have to say, well, the 43%, do they not really care about the speeding on their street? And so now they're going to be agitated that you put in a speed hump? Or are the 43% on Sandalwood, they're just disengaged? And so maybe they don't care one way or the other. So I think that's the calculus that the council has to run. I worry that a chunk of the 43% that did not vote are content and they're okay with it. So that'd be my concern.
My feeling is that since we set down the rules already, we can't deviate from now, because we did tell people if they don't vote, that's a no vote. And there's certainly people that said, great, I voted by no action.
Right.
So I'm agreement that we should move on to the other streets. My one thought would be to write a letter, let's like maybe pick a test case, would probably Sandalwood, since it was the most, write a letter to them and say, you lost out on this because you didn't have people vote. If you still think that those people feel like they wanted to do this, we might do it again. But that's that's just in an abundance of wanting to be fair.
I do think that there should be some closure of the loop. Let's close the loop with these communities and give them the results and say, hey, we took staff time. The city's trying to respond to your concerns. Here's the results. It didn't meet the threshold of overwhelming support, which we need in order to make these pretty big changes to your everyday life coming in and out of your street. We can't change people's lives, for 34% of the people living there. We need everybody to weigh in. So I think closing the loop to some degree and communicating with them is a necessity. We need to do that. In what form that takes, a letter, that's about all we can do, I guess.
If that's the direction of the council, I'd recommend we close that loop before we open up another one. Because what if the folks on Taft say, oh, I think 4 of my neighbors said they wish they would have voted, but they forgot to vote, and maybe that's enough. So I think closing the loop should occur, and then maybe we come back and re-show the council the numbers before. By the way, the other street was Naranka. So there was Bostonia, Naranka, and Dorothy. So maybe we close the loop, report back on what happened, represent the data from those other 3 streets, and they get some formal direction on how to proceed.
I like that idea. The only question I would be is, there was a deadline of January 5th. Let's say we close the loop and then another 40% of residents submit a survey. Is it going to have to be brand new results?
You'd have to do a brand new survey. That's the only way you could do it.
Okay. All right.
To be fair, yeah.
I would suggest as part of 2 things, as part of closing the loop. This matter will be considered closed as of some date. So there's a hard closure, like 2 weeks from now. If this letter goes in the mail today, February 24th, then this matter will be considered closed March 14th or whatever that is. That way it kind of tells people, you got 2 weeks to essentially protest this. We're not inviting that. We're just saying, we're going to consider this closed in 2 weeks, and we allow for it. The second thing, I think it would be helpful to put the 85th percentile speed on there, because often we hear that speeding is horrible on a street, and it really comes down to essentially 1% of the traffic that is going 60 miles in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. So it does put perspective when you say, we studied this street because the 85th percentile was 33 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. If I got that letter, I'd say, I hate the 1% that goes 60, but I'm not willing to give up a clean street for an 85% at 3 miles over the speed limit. It adds context. Those 2 things.
I like Steve's idea. I think that's good. And there's another thing. Speed humps are not necessarily all wine and roses, because they put one on my street, several of them actually. One's right by my house. And for a few months, I would get woken up at night. I mean, several times before my brain got used to it, where someone has a pile of wood in the back of their pickup truck, and they go over the speed limit, the speed hump that's right by my house. I hit this big kaboom, and it's really loud. So now it doesn't bother me, but that's the downside.
I like the idea of putting an end date to this. I feel like I want to give the residents a little bit more time than 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. That'd be the max, give them time to, everyone's busy, this is going to take up extra time, so, yeah.
Yeah, they need to know that we care about them and we care about their safety.
I'm good with 4 weeks.
I'm comfortable with that.
Me too.
Michelle? Yeah. Okay.
Great feedback. We will implement what you talked about, and then we'll come back with some results and next steps.
Angela, before we do anything, though, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I do. I have one from Brenda Hammond.
Oops.
Hi. So before you consider the speed humps, I was in a city for a while, and I had to go over speed humps, and it messed up my suspension on my car.
Yeah, that's one of the
So,
concerns.
yeah, that's a concern. And then, okay, so here's the fun thing. So I was in a city, and there was speed humps on a street, and I got pulled over for going between the speed humps. So I called the mayor of that city, and I said, man, I'm getting pulled over by your police department. And he goes, what'd you do? And I told him, and he goes, you deserve a ticket. And he hung up on me. So yeah, people aren't going to look at that all the time, but I don't know, it's a good idea, but what I do is when I go see a friend on Central in Lemon Grove, I kind of park, when I park, people, the way I turn my car to park, people think I'm pulling off the curb, and they slow down, so I say, I'm Lemon Grove speed hump. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
No
Anybody
more
else?
speaker cards, sir.
All right, just one last chance to anybody want to change their mind on anything? Okay. Then Graham, consider yourself directed.
Thank you.
Item 10 is regarding City of El Cajon homeless point in time survey, and staff will tell us about this.
As Sarah's loading up, I just wanted to remind the city council, this is not the formal report of data from the count. This is really more a report on the process of the count and how that went, and kind of follow back up with the council's direction on doing our own point in time count. Once we have the next regional data, we'll have a full analysis of our count compared to their data. Although Ms. Diaz will be sharing some of the interesting data that we captured and kind of highlight some of the different data points that were collected through our count versus the counties.
Cords aligned. Good afternoon, everybody. Mayor, council, staff. Sarah Diaz, Director of Information Technology. As Graham said, I'm here to talk about the fact that as part of the 2026 Council Action Plan for Homelessness, one of the ideas that the council wanted us to do was our own personal point-in-time count with a goal of quality, actionable data. I'm proud to say that we did it. January 22nd, we were out there bright and early. 40 city employees participated, including 7 police officers. Took about 2 hours to complete. They also did a 1-hour training ahead of time. We had 45 questions we asked. And from that, we were able to get some really good starter information. So basically, what we're looking to do with this is, I'll show you a little bit of the data, but there's some work that we need to refine. You know, like 45 questions is a little much. So there's going to be some actions in getting this refined, but overall it was a very successful first count, and we're already seeing information that we're going to pass on to housing, parks, police department, the groups that actually work in this arena, to see if, you know, we're at the point of you know, there's some insights here that maybe changes recommendations for funding or policies, procedures, and so forth. So just to show you a little bit of a preview, we saw 146 individuals while we were out there. between 4 and 6 in the morning. Of that, we had 108 people that answered our multi-question. The remainder of those were people that were identified as homeless, but either didn't want to talk to us or were not able to talk to us. So the most important thing that I want to show you is this first map shows you what our survey looked like and kind of where we saw individuals. There's a lot of detail, and each one of these, again, has those 45 questions of behind it. This is what we got from the county last year in the 2025. We got location and approximate number of people only. So each one of these spots could be 20 or 30 people, though I don't often see 20 or 30 people congregated in one place, even though that's what the bubble says. So what we're doing here is getting it back to looking at these people as individuals, and then from that, we are able to then more tailor what we're doing as far as services and funding. So the first thing I want to talk about is first-time homelessness. So we're looking at the yellow dots here. You will notice for first-time homelessness, there's a couple of things. First, they seem to be spread out. They seem to be not quite as much. They're on the main arteries, but those purple dots represent people that are serial homeless that have been out on the streets before. What's really interesting to me is the ages. So for first-time homeless, we're looking at almost 60% of our homeless are ages 45 or older. It's really significant, the age of people becoming homeless in El Cajon. It was something that was a little surprising when my staff looked at the data. Another thing I want to talk about is, did you become homeless in El Cajon? This is data we didn't have before. We had anecdotal data, but this is really clear, strong data that is backing up some of our feelings and theories that we've had in the past. So 63, almost 64%, so 2/3 of the people that we talked to became homeless in El Cajon. The other thing that you should notice is, again, they're spread out. Maybe it's because those were the neighborhoods that they felt comfortable when they lived in El Cajon. We don't know. That may shape some different questions we ask as we go forward, which is also the beauty of doing our own point-in-time count, is we do have that ability to have follow-up questions in the next quarterly count to get us where we need to go. So participant age is definitely significant. So here we're looking at a vast majority of the people out there. Time unsheltered, almost 50% have been out there 36 months or longer. So it's not the short term. There's a significant long-term unsheltered. And then mental health. While we did have feedback that sometimes we weren't always sure that they were telling us the truth, we still got almost 50% admitting to having some sort of mental health condition while we're out there. All right. So the other thing that we noticed is there seems to be some trends with, are you seeking shelter and are you connected to services? There's still about 26 of them out there that really want to get to services, but have not yet connected in with our providers. So there's a gap there that we may want to explore the whys. We also see that they seem to trend towards our Main Street, main corridor. So the idea is if we are going to proceed further with different services or targeting those people looking for services, we now have a better idea of where to find them. And the last trend that we noticed was there's definitely a trend and there's a need for participants seeking shelter that have multiple people in their household. So households or families. The larger the green dot, the bigger the household size. And so this survey, just even a month in, is already giving us some very valuable information. Next steps, of course, is to get this into the hands of people that do this work day in and day out and get recommendations back. We're not ready to do that yet. We also will be refining questions, the routes where we sent people, and how our employees make up and do that point in time as we get better at this. But we do expect and we do feel that this was a very strong showing for our very first one, and we are on track to do 3 additional counts this year. The only thing that may delay our spring count is if we decide we want to wait for the 2026 county data to help that refine our questions. But even if, we'll be close, and we for sure can get 3 more in this year. And that's our report. We did it. Yay.
Questions? I'm sure everybody has questions. We'll start with Gary and move our way down.
Okay. You know the big green dot there?
Yeah.
Is that near Jack in the Box on Main?
It is, if we zoom in, it's actually Centennial Plaza, it looks like, or kind of over by the library.
Oh, okay.
Because here's Prescott Promenade here. So it's kind of by Reagan, here's Stoney's Park here, and so forth.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's it for me.
That's it. Anything else?
Easy one.
Do we have the ability on subsequent counts to know that that person has already been surveyed?
Yes, I believe that, because we're collecting names and date of births, so I believe we'll be able to cross-match those as long, we feel even names, there can be some variation in it, but if we've got a name and a date of birth, we should be able to match them up.
And you don't need the same information the second time, so your survey could be shorter. You don't need to do the same 46 questions if you already got the full 46 the first time?
We can do that. We're going to have to test it. The technology is there, because we did a little bit of that with checking for birthdays on this one, but it slows the app way down. So the question is it more effective to, somehow figure out, hey, did you talk to us before, versus if we do it programmatically, we have to see if those delays make it tenuous, because what we found is if the technology gets in the way, all of a sudden we lose our window of them wanting to speak to us and then wanting to get back to sleep.
Understood. One of the things in the staff report I didn't see here was collected data shows that individuals who did not originally become homeless in El Cajon are clustered between Homestart, ECTLC, and Parkway Plaza. This was a very telling point for me.
So we see it not as clustered around them as it almost looks like a path between the two, if you look at it here. So Homestart's here, TLC is here, and we see clusters here, moving here, and then again a little bit near Parkway Plaza.
We know that when Crisis House was over by Home Depot, that we had a lot of homeless on Coogan.
Right.
And where I'm going with this as a policy is to setting aside Rescue Mission Lighthouse for the moment, because I think they're a different model, to consider whether it serves El Cajon's interest to have homeless service providers have a brick and mortar address in the city. In other words, Crisis House attracted people because people went to that location. And we know ECTLC serves people from outside of El Cajon.
Yes.
And we know Homestart was serving people outside of El Cajon. We know Meridian is serving people outside of El Cajon. And my concern is if we allow a growing number of homeless service providers to establish an address, a brick and mortar site in El Cajon, that will actually be a draw to even more homeless from outside the city of El Cajon into it. That would be a zoning or a policy decision at that point, but I at least want to put that on our antenna. The Lighthouse, I think, is a different model. I think they're not a short-term shelter situation. I think it's a program. Certainly, that's a different kind of a model, but that was an interesting thing to me. If you build it, they will come. That's not always the best thing for our city to bring in people from outside. It stretches our compassion and our resources. Thank you.
And that's the beauty of detailed data. Yeah.
Yeah, this is incredible, and I want to parade this around as much as possible. Can you go back to the county versus El Cajon? You were doing that window. Can you do that again to show?
Yeah, hold on. Let me reload it really quick.
Yeah, their data versus our data. And while it's reloading, we had different teams and they scoured those areas. We're pretty confident that we mapped and got every area that
So
we
what
could.
what we did, which is different than how the county does it, they give you a census tract and they say go for it.
Yep.
And you pick where you go. We did ours differently. We analyzed 10 years worth of data from the
County.
the groups. No, well, the county dots were in it, but we
Okay.
also looked at police service calls, My Civic, and where we go on the Tuesday, Thursday cleanups.
Okay.
So we tried to identify and target our people where there has been issues in the past.
Okay.
And that turned into 10 routes that we mapped with the idea that you should be able to walk it within 2 hours. Everybody got back except for one group within 2 hours. But there is a little bit of work on the routes.
Okay. Okay.
And by the way, we did offer our routes to the regional task force, because if you've done the point in time count, which I know a few of you have, you end up driving around in a lot of streets that there's never been a homeless person there, and there won't be that morning, right? And so a lot of resources is spent doing things that you don't need to do.
Yep.
This is very pinpointed where we know folks are at.
Okay.
And then you wanted to see.
Yeah. So the blue is the county.
Blue is county, so we're coming up on the county count. And what happens here is the county gives us approximate numbers of people in certain areas. So where their dots got bigger, they say that's more people. Now, there are some formulas that go into this because they don't assume that a point in time count you see every person. So there's a little bit of math behind these numbers, where ours is purely individuals. There's no multiplication factor. We're looking at them on a person-by-person basis.
And I guess this is valid. I'm using this as validation with regard to, did we hit all the spots that homeless people are? So if the county's saying this is where the concentration is, and there's none, towards the south near Chase, there's none in the county, and then we didn't see any, it's validation that our routes are pretty effective.
So, and that's why we included the 2025s, but that's also why we may consider delaying the spring count until we get the 2026.
Yeah.
Because if they found somebody, we'd
Yeah.
love to get our people out there talking to them.
Yeah.
But for example, last year, they didn't see these outliers as you see
On
these
the east
yellow-brown
side.
ones on the east side.
Yep.
They're not seeing the people down here on the south side.
Yep.
They're missing all these people up in, off of Cuyamaca in that area towards the northern end of the city. So neither way is perfect,
Yep.
but what we're trying to do is take theirs and then make it a little bit more surgical so that you're not going up and down every street.
Did the total survey participants, that includes people who did a partial survey?
So if they were talking to us, they're counted in that 108.
Okay.
The other 36 were observed.
Okay, great. And so you said you're going to reduce the number of questions?
I think it'll go down. I
Okay,
think so.
okay.
I think there's some questions that the county asks because they offer different services than the city. And the answer to the question is pertinent to them, but may not change policy or practice within El Cajon because it's an area of homelessness that maybe it doesn't impact what we do. So again, it's trying to get it to actionable data.
I'll give you an example. The regional task force asks, do you have HIV or AIDS? I have surveyed for the last 8 years, and in this one, we asked that same question. No one has ever said yes to that. And whether they don't or don't have it, it's a personal data point that they're not going to be willing to share that. So why even ask it if we're not going to get a truthful answer?
That's
or
right.
any? And even if they were, what
What
are
are we gonna do with
gonna
that data?
So
Yeah.
for us, we're going to look at those numbers and go, or those questions, and say, are we getting any value out of that question?
Yeah, I think that's a great baseline for if we ask that question. I would also maybe for staff to consider putting in the question, have you taken this survey before?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then that might save some time because the redundancy and their attention span and desire to engage is going to decline if we're asking the same questions 3 months later.
Yep.
Maybe a question is, I don't know if this is part of it, but everyone says, the homeless population bounces around from city to city to city. A question could be, which cities or how many cities have you stayed in the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it, how many times have you moved? That might be, or which cities have you stayed in the past 6 months? Something to consider. I don't know if we're there yet or if it's advantageous to recruit, train volunteers for this, like the county's point in time count. So if there are trusted community members that want to get trained to do those surveys, something to consider. And then there was a handful of groups that went out that didn't have police support.
Yes.
Maybe we reach out to the sheriff or our other agencies. I know that there's a joint speed day where we have motorcycles going out and from all over, from other agencies coming into El Cajon, and they do a big blitz, maybe asking, hey, is there any other agencies that could support us in our beta test? So outside of that, this is awesome data, and I think it's very encouraging, and it's going to inform us and our residents. And if we can get some of this information out on social media and do some posts, I think, the public would love it.
Our intention as far as this data is what you're seeing today will be on the Addressing Homeless website starting probably middle of next week. So we have to refine it, make sure that it's completely anonymous, but our goal is that as more data becomes available, that is where we put it. And so that's why we didn't do a PowerPoint. These are the widgets that are going on to the website once we make sure that all of the data is secured and we feel comfortable with it going public.
Great. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Question. Were one of your questions, have they received any services from any organization? So you did ask them, had they been receiving, and also if they had been exited from programs?
We didn't ask the exited. We asked, were you seeking it and did you connect with services? We did not ask, have you disconnected from those services?
And, excuse me, and so part of my understanding that we are collecting this data is, one, we need to know where our money is going and how many people we're serving and alike, and what services are needed. Was there any way to like put in notes? I realize that the people that are doing the surveys, like I've done the point in time count now 4 or 5 years, and so I know that there's no like comment section. Do we have a comment?
We have a comment section.
Okay, good. So if you connect,
Really good comments and actually useful comments too. That's something that we have that will never be public because I can't guarantee that
Sure.
it can be totally anonymous, but that was something that Mr. Mitchell pushed very hard for and was one of the successes, is that that comment section was used and is kind of the catch-all that I think can drive some better questions too. We got from there things like, you know, they wished while we were talking to them, besides handing out a gift card, you know, do you have a flyer with services? You know, so they go, well, no, I haven't connected with services. I don't know how. You're here talking about homelessness. Why don't you tell me?
Right.
And we had a great turnout from every department in the city, but we're not trained people working in this area. We were just out asking questions. So those are some of the feedback that we're getting from that comment section.
so a question that I have, I don't know if it's possible. So we have the Homeless Connect that's every year at Reagan Center, and we have a lot of participants there that are homeless. Some people I've never seen on the streets. I don't know if they're living in their cars or whatever, because you know, anytime I come home from an event or we're out grocery shopping, I make a tour around the hot spots, if you will, and trying to keep up on, you know, is there somebody new that I see? And then I can let the service providers that I know, hey, this is what's going on. So my question is, if we're doing comments, which is great, I like to hear that, because if you come up on something that is more than just answering a question, you can always pass it on, I'm sure, to the quality of life team. And then the Homeless Connect, my point is that once a year we have tons of people that are homeless coming in and getting services done there. Can we coordinate with them and maybe see if the people that we are connecting with in our surveys are more or less than the people that are being connected at Homeless Connect? Does that make sense, what I tried to say?
I think I want to be careful that there's not a mission creep here.
Okay.
Because now you're starting to talk about outreach services.
No,
right?
Right.
And I think what I would recommend is let us get our feet going underneath us on the count part, and let us perfect that. But maybe the next iteration is some outreach effort and maybe some connecting with services. But remember, we have clerical staff, engineers, rec leaders that are doing this work.
I get
and
it.
At some point, that's way beyond their job
Beyond
duties.
their scope.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I do. No, I wasn't saying offering services. I'm just saying, can we make a connection between the people that we connect with in our surveys with the respondents? And I don't know, I see Miss Rebecca still here, if she has any insight on that, that we can correlate with people that we're connecting doing our surveys, and are we missing people that are going to the Homeless Connect that are truly homeless? I don't know, there seems to be that there could be some sort of connection there.
It's something to explore.
Hi. As a clinician, I have some questions that I would like to get answers to. I just want to tell you what they are.
Okay.
I'd love to know more about drug and alcohol use.
Mm-hmm.
One of the ways to ask that question is, have you ever been in treatment? How many times? When's the last time you were in treatment? I'd like to know what attracted somebody to El Cajon area. Was it an organization? If so, what organization? I'd like to know if they've ever been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. and if they've been admitted to a psychiatric hospital in the last month. I think that would give us a sense of how serious the psychiatric problems were.
Okay.
I mean, you could match that to, do you have any mental illness problems? Yes. Ever been to a psychiatric hospital? No. Okay.
Or it might draw out the actual correct answer, because they might answer one where the yes or no maybe not.
When I was doing psych evals in the ER, that was one of my questions that would get me more information. I'd say, so when's the last time you were admitted to a psychiatric hospital? And they'd say, and all of a sudden they're open up and tell me all about it. And then the last question, I'd love to know how many people were on vouchers, on a voucher program before they ended up on our streets.
All right, Emily is taking notes in the back of the room on all of this. So.
And some of these might be too difficult to ask, but those are the things that I'm curious about.
Yeah, there's a lot of great questions, and it's making sure that we're not spending half an hour with each person, so
Sure.
we'll be balancing that. But I think we could take some of the ones that aren't actionable out and put other ones in. And this doesn't have to be static. So after a while, if we feel we know what's going on in one area, we start moving the questions in a different area. That is one of the benefits we have over the county's process.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks for the survey, and thank you to everybody who participated. I know it was above and beyond, and we very much appreciate it.
It was an amazing response citywide, and they were great. They had a great attitude. It was a really fun experience, honestly. So
I believe that this data will be helpful to us
I think so too.
in numerous ways.
Thank you.
Are there any speaker cards for this item?
Yes, sir, we have two. The first one is from Rebecca Brandstetter.
Good evening. I was coming to just say good things about the city participation in the point-in-time count on the 29th, but having heard this presentation, I'm really excited about the depth and quality of the data that you've gotten on this first pass, and I just want to say that the East County Homeless Task Force stands very ready to work with you in whatever capacity we can to use this evidence-based to use this data to come up with evidence-based solutions that will work for the city and for the rest of East County. But I am going to go ahead and say that I had the joy of helping the host site on the 29th of January for the point-in-time count, and I got to be wing woman for Karina Hernandez, who was in her 10th year as the site coordinator for El Cajon. We had 46 volunteers at that site. Well over half were El Cajon city staff. And they came out at 3:30, and they were the Public Works crew was there, the first ones, because Public Works. We had a bunch of people from Parks and Rec. We had some folks from the engineering department, from housing department. We had council members Mitchell and Goebel. We had the city manager, Mr. Mitchell, there. And some of these folks came back, some of these teams came back for 2 or 3 routes. And so I just want to say we are very fortunate to have an outstanding, dedicated city staff who are going to do what it takes to get the job done. And thank you so much. Thank you to those of you who participated and everybody else who supported it. And I look forward to seeing those numbers and seeing what the city's numbers come up with. It's yay. Thank you.
Last speaker is Brenda Hammond.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi. I like that you guys are doing your own count because it's important, and the questions that you're asking is good. I'm curious about asking somebody for their birth date. I mean, asking how old they are, but asking their actual birth date, I think that's I wouldn't give it. I would say, what are you going to do with it? Anyway. And honestly, I think every city should have their own count to compare to other counts. And because what I've seen sometimes is the group that's supposed to be counting is spending a couple of hours with coffee and breakfast. They're not out there counting. I like the fact I like that you have people observing, because when I'm out there and I'm talking, these are people I see all the time. But when somebody's sleeping, and you can stand there, because when I worked in healthcare, I did the same thing. You see if they're breathing. If they're breathing okay and they're sleeping, let them sleep. You could talk to them later. You don't have to wake them up. You know what I mean? Because you never know what they have underneath their sleeping bag, right? And I can tell you that the homeless people out there are not dumb, not all of them. They're not all psychic. They don't all have psych problems, Mayor Wells, job security. They will gladly take a couple extra bucks to go to another city to be counted. Believe me, I've seen it. So just, be careful. And I'm not invincible when I'm out there talking, listening to people, but I could tell you that a lot of them are self-medicating with drugs and alcohol because they're not getting help from the county when they ask for it. Just to let you know. Oh, and the churches, don't get me started.
Okay.
No more speaker cards, sir.
All right, back to council discussion. I think everybody made their points. Graham, do you need anything else from that?
We took notes. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And again, thanks for all the hard work. I know it was a big project. Last administrative report, item 11, is fiscal year 25-26 mid-year report. And Clay is here to tell us about this. Or not just Clay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Autumn Rehberger, and I'm the Principal Fiscal Analyst for the City of El Cajon. Today, I will be presenting to you the fiscal year 2025-26 mid-year report. Today's presentation will include the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year report, the 25-26 budget amendments, and the fiscal year 2026-27 annual budget timeline. Beginning with the general fund revenues, the total general fund revenue budget is $101.4 million, and we are projecting to end the year with $102.2 million. By total, these year-end projections are largely consistent with our budget, and there is no information at this time that significantly alters this forecast. Since sales tax is our largest source of general fund revenue, we'll take a brief look at some additional context that supports our outlook. Last year, for fiscal 25, we were down 1.8% from the previous year. This year-to-date is down 0.3% from expectations. However, this year's year-to-date is up 3.5% from this same point last year. This year's is projecting up 3% from last year as well. One thing to note is that holiday sales tax receipts are still pending. As a result, these numbers may be subject to future revision. Now, looking at the general fund expenditures, the total general fund expenditure budget is $103.4 million, and we're projecting to end the year at $100.4 million. We're currently projecting savings in material supplies and services, but all other categories are largely consistent with budget. Putting it all together here, we see the overall general fund. The anticipated net impact of $1.8 million to the positive is due to the projected $3 million in expenditure savings. Included with the mid-year report are a few amendment requests, which are primarily administrative in nature. HR has a request that's due to higher than anticipated legal expenses. Public Works and gas tax have had some increased operating costs. Fleet had some increased collision costs. The Magnolia has a working capital transfer. And the last request is a transfer of existing wastewater appropriations to the IT fund for the purchase of a new asset management software program. By fund, we can see those amendment requests with how those amendment requests will impact appropriations. The next time you will see us will be for presentation of the fiscal year 2026-27 annual budget. We will return on June 9th to introduce the proposed budget to council, and again on June 23rd for formal adoption. At this time, we ask that you receive the report and make the appropriation adjustments as described in this report. We're available for any questions you may have.
Let me check and see if this is good. Thank you. Nice report. Questions, Michelle?
Do you know, thank you for the report. Do you know what you think the reason is for the increase in sales tax for this, the current amount? I mean, what, did we sell more cars in El Cajon, or?
In any normal year, we see sales tax increase at about 3 to 3.5%. That's kind of average growth year to year. Last year was a dip. That was definitely an anomaly, but most years were in this range. It's just normal growth.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Steve?
Nice, concise report. Appreciate that. The $3 million savings in material supplies and whatever the services, we're not increasing deferred maintenance on anything, are we?
No, we're just, we're not deferring anything. It's just, we're always trying to make improvements and kind of doing more with less all throughout the departments. We are down some staff. That was part of the budget project, that was projected already in the budget for vacancies and frozen positions. So that is also kind of, we don't have as many staff on hand to do as much or need as much right now in addition. So it was kind of a combination of both of those things.
Thank you.
Gary, any questions? Thank you. Steve asked my question, so. All right. Any speaker cards on this item?
No card, sir.
All right. Back to council.
I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommended action as outlined in the agenda report.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
There are no commissioner reports on today's agenda. Item 12 is my activities report, which is as stated. Item 13 is an update to the city council assignments. Basically, Graham, did you want to make a?
Just really quickly, this is the new and improved SANDAG stamped with approval that we tried to accomplish at the last meeting that was pulled. What this does is identifies Mr. Ortiz as a secondary alternate for the SANDAG board.
Any speaker cards on this item?
No, sir.
All right, then, unless anybody wants to have any discussion, I would like to make a motion to accept this.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, now, reports for council members. Councilmember Goebel.
As reported with a couple of comments, I'd like to thank the Assistant City Manager, Mr. DiMaggio, and the Public Works team today. Had a business owner send me a picture of a recliner sitting on the sidewalk around First and Broadway with some residents sleeping in that chair on the sidewalk. And within about less than an hour, Mr. DiMaggio had coordinated a pickup with Public Works. So thank you very much for that great service to the public. The East County AWP, I was elected chair for the coming year. That's not as prestigious as it sounds because there's only 3 of us on that board. So it was more of a who lost the thumb wrestle.
Okay.
So I have it for the next year. It's an unusual board. I can't talk to any one single member without violating the Brown Act. So
wow.
We are on an island in a $1 billion project.
Interesting. Councilmember Kendrick.
As reported.
Councilmember Ortiz.
As reported, with one addition, February 18th, Wednesday, was the East County EDC board meeting. I attended that.
All right, thanks. Deputy Mayor Metchell.
As reported.
We have a joint councilmember report on today's agenda. Item 18 is from Councilmember Kendrick and Deputy Mayor Metchell.
Okay. All right, thank you. We are bringing this up. We recently had Measure J pass, and that will set in 20 years. And as I brought up at that time, we need to look at alternative revenue sources. We're running on limited staff. We've got sales tax are varying, according to Mr. Shane. And so I have been contacted by groups that want us to bring this up for the board. What it is that we're looking for local control, safety, and fiscal responsibility. And as El Cajon remains one of the cities in San Diego County with a strict ban, the strongest argument often centers on the fact that a ban does not mean cannabis is absent, it only means it is unregulated and untaxed. And so what Mr. Kendrick and I are looking to do is to allow, if you read the agenda, is up to 4 dispensaries in El Cajon, and we would certainly have restrictions on that. The existing ban on cannabis dispensaries in El Cajon has inadvertently created a protected market for unlicensed, untaxed, and unregulated operators. By adopting a local permitting model, El Cajon can reclaim control over its borders, protect residents from contaminated products, and generate dedicated revenue for public safety and infrastructure. And the one thing that one of the main concerns of people all the time is, what about the children? We're going to have teenagers. You have to be 21 to buy alcohol. You have to be 21 to buy cigarettes. You have to be 21 to buy cannabis. And so Santee has not started theirs. They're coming up. They've allowed for 4 dispensaries in their city. And I would like to give El Cajon the opportunity to put dispensaries in. One, it helps to make sure that they are regulated. It decreases crime in areas that have these hardened facilities in, and frankly, it's about the money. It's an alternative revenue source. Unless we have something else coming in, this is a way to do it. Now, none of us, except for maybe Mr. Ortiz, is going to be on the council in 20 years. So we could easily say, well, it's not my problem. In 20 years, let them figure it out. Or in 20 years, we might be able to figure something out. But in the meantime, we need to have money coming in. And this is a viable source that comes in or a viable source of revenue. If you have questions, I have questions, or I have answers, I should say. I did do a lot of research on this. I did some studies, got some studies to support our proposal. Mr. Kendrick, did you have something else?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'm glad that Phil's going to be here in 20 years while I'm pushing up daisies. So come over and water the daisies, please.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's important that we get another source of income, and what I really want to do is use that for public safety. Public safety takes up 70% of our budget, and we're leaving money on the table right now. We're surrounded by cities, or at least in the near future we will with Santee approving cannabis, these cities sell cannabis, and they're making a lot of money in taxes. What I don't want to do is have an over-concentration like we do in liquor stores, because a lot of those liquor stores, because of that over-concentration, are just barely getting by. So they're kind of desperate to sell alcohol and tobacco to people they shouldn't, just to make that sale. So by having just 4 dispensaries, they're almost guaranteed to show a healthy profit. And people are going to buy that product anyways. I have a lot of people my age use it. They get arthritis and all sorts of aches and pains, and it's a legal product in California. So I think we can get a substantial amount of revenue from that. Instead of having people drive to neighboring cities, they can get it right here. I don't think it's going to cause an increase in overall cannabis use. And I think if we have very strict regulations on showing the driver's license and making sure that people that get into that store are over 21, and I see it. The regulation now has reached the point where I think it's government overreach, and I believe in freedom. If people are going to buy something, they might as well buy it. As long as it's a legal product and they're not underage, they might as well buy it in El Cajon, so our police and firefighters can benefit from that revenue.
I'd like to tag on this. So let me go over a few points here. The high cost of the status quo. When a city bans legal dispensaries, it inadvertently supports the unlicensed market. In California, nearly 60% of cannabis consumed is still obtained from the illicit market. Consumer safety risk. Unlike legal products, black market cannabis is often contaminated. State testing has found high levels of pesticides like myclobutanil, which turns into hydrogen cyanide when heated, heavy metals, lead, arsenic, and mold. Targeting youth. Unlicensed sellers do not check IDs and often sell products in look-alike packaging that mimics popular candy, increasing the risk of accidental pediatric ingestions. Also, in one of my other studies that I pulled up, the compliance rate for licensed cannabis dispensaries is 95%. I don't think we can say that about our tobacco sellers. Targeting youth, we already talked about that. The shadow delivery network. A ban on storefronts does not stop cannabis from entering El Cajon. It simply shifts the business to unregulated delivery services that operate via social media or apps, providing zero tax revenue while utilizing city roads and infrastructure. So it's already coming to El Cajon. Public safety and law enforcement efficiency. Legalization allows the El Cajon Police Department to pivot from policing a plant to managing a business sector. Displacement of crime. Legal dispensaries are highly regulated environments with 24/7 video surveillance, armed security, and strict access controls. Studies have shown that these hardened storefronts can actually act as a deterrent to crime in their immediate vicinity due to high security. And in one of my studies, it says that those that have the licensed dispensaries, crime went down in that area 19%. Resource allocation. By permitting a limited number of retailers, the city can use the resulting tax revenue to fund a dedicated cannabis enforcement task force. This allows police to specifically target the dangerous, unlicensed grows and trap houses that often bring violence and electrical fire hazards into residential neighborhoods. Financial benefits and local control. Maintaining a ban means El Cajon is effectively gifting tax revenue to neighboring jurisdictions like San Diego or Lemon Grove, and pretty soon Santee, where El Cajon residents likely shop. So to address some of the common concerns, to be effective, you should proactively address the not in my backyard sentiment, meaning it will increase youth use. Actually, recent California scorecards suggest that strict local ordinances, meaning capping licenses and requiring 1,000-foot buffers from school, are more effective at protecting youth than total bans, which leave the market entirely in the hands of those who don't follow laws. And I'll just read this last one. It will attract transients. Proponents can argue for community benefit agreements, CBAs. These require dispensaries to donate a percentage of profits to local El Cajon nonprofits or community cleanup initiatives as a condition of their permit. So basically, I think that we have a great opportunity to bring dispensaries into El Cajon, increase our revenue, and we can control who is in here, who doesn't, and these cannabis dispensaries, they look out. They don't want the illegal market getting their customers. So they're going to report those illegal houses that sell weed. I know in El Cajon there's a couple of places, one is in the county, that it's a smoke shop. And the kids in town know that they can go there and buy their pipes and papers and meth pipes. So kids are going to get it, but we can make sure that we can make sure that only 21 and above gets it. Whereas, and like I said, it's a 95% compliance rate versus tobacco shops, which do not have that high. And I leave it up to you.
Okay. Steve or Phil, did you want to speak?
What I'm hearing is this is about the money.
It's about the money.
Is that about the money? It's
That's
not
a big part of it.
What's the other part of it?
Yeah, the other part is convenience for people that live in El Cajon, and they're not, that they can get it from four, it proposes 4 different well-lit, well-run, legal sources where they don't have, let's say, fentanyl that's introduced to it to make it even more addictive. And the greatest increase in cannabis use is with senior citizens for all their aches and pains. I don't want them to have to drive all the way out of town to get their, which I believe is a legitimate medicine. For instance, tobacco, there's no safe dosage of it, and it'll kill 50% of the people that use it. That's not the case with cannabis. They're actually legitimate medical uses.
Okay.
I trust our citizens, sorry, I trust our citizens to have the freedom to make their choice.
Okay, so if it's about the money, the convenience means I just don't have to drive to soon-to-be Santee and existing La Mesa.
Right.
Yeah, I can just buy it here. That's the convenience side. The financial side, we have to ask with Santee's 4, there's a couple questions. With Santee's 4 coming in, 2 will be on Prospect down by Lantern Crest. 1 will be at the corner of Cuyamaca and Prospect, just at the end of Gillespie Fields runway. And the 4th one will be out on Mission Gorge before you go out to the dump. So convenience certainly will exist when Santee opens up the Cuyamaca at Prospect 1. Does the pie get bigger when you add more of these things, or are you just cannibalizing revenue from La Mesa and Santee by having El Cajon people stay in El Cajon to buy that? That makes sense. What's the number? Is it worth it? Price competition. There was a report that people are coming to La Mesa where the city tax is 4% versus San Diego's 10%. Mm-hmm. So if Santee is 8%, are we going to have to offer even lower than 8% to get people to use El Cajon instead? That's a question. So price competition, oversaturation, what is the actual sales tax number? And now let's just talk about the what the people think. Prop 64 was passed statewide back in 2016. And in El Cajon, it was very close. It was about 50-50. But within El Cajon, there was marked differences. Back in 2017, just after the election, because I am a data guy, I made a map of where it was approved and not approved. The blue sections are no's, and the yellow sections was yes on 64. Remember, 64 was, should recreational marijuana be allowed for sale? I'm in District 3. It is almost all blue. In fact, my district voted 52% no to 48% yes. So I have to say, I am elected by the people of my district to be their voice. And I have to say, are the people in my district saying, oh, heck no, we're not going to put dispensaries out in the Granite Hills and Horizon Hills areas? That is a factor in this as well. Where are these 4 going to go? Do you have a sense of where these 4 will go?
No, and that's usually left up to the owners themselves. They have to find, we set the parameters of what they have to follow. They have to find the space.
Well, we also get to determine the parameters, but also the council can say there's going to be 1 in every district.
Right, we could.
The council can say there's going to be none of them in some districts.
Absolutely.
Depending on residential, depending on industrial, depending on commercial. There's a lot of questions here.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Global. On that map was from when?
2017, right after the election.
Okay. So we're looking at 9 years since that map is passed, 9 years of having it legal in California. Do you think, and I'm just putting devil's advocate here, do you think that the attitude of the people in your district may have changed? Since it's become legal, it's becoming more, it's common. A lot of older, and I'm talking from 60 to maybe 80-year-olds are going to the dispensaries to get their special medicine. And it's becoming more prevalent. Do you think that their attitudes would have changed?
No.
No, not at all?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I don't think, I think the results would be the same. I think,
Okay.
you know, the Granite Hills, Shadow Mountain area was 62% no.
Okay.
Back in 2016. So I would have a hard time. It's a lot of single-family homes. The people who really want marijuana dispensaries to come to town, you have to also weigh that between, do they have a stake in El Cajon? Right. Do they have a $1 million home that they're worried about the image of their neighborhood?
What's the image? If we don't put a dispensary there, what? Okay, I can see it if the dispensary is in your district and you have a $1 million home. Is that going to affect the resale on it? I could
don't
see
know.
that.
It's the ick factor. If my residents say, you know what, I just don't want it in our district.
Right.
And they don't even have a good reason.
Should we reduce the number of liquor stores?
That's not germane to this discussion.
Well, kind of it is, because a lot of people look at cannabis as a vice, okay? And that is something that people use to get high on. If we are doing it, or if we ban or continue to ban dispensaries in El Cajon, it is, is it because we don't like it, and so therefore we don't want any residents to do it? And if that's the case, we don't want people to get high, well, shouldn't we be reducing the number of liquor stores then? Because that contributes to the vices of the residents and the control, or the wanting to get high. I'm going to sit here and drink a few beers.
We can't reduce the number of liquor stores. It's a state licensed thing.
And I agree. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, what is the hesitation? What is it? Is it a personal belief of yours?
No, I am very confident that my district does not want a dispensary.
Okay, if we were to allow dispensaries in the city of El Cajon, period, just allow it in the city, and we don't put it in your district, would that be something that you would go for? Or is it none whatsoever?
You've only given me two choices, yes or no.
Well, I don't know what else there is.
I'd like more information.
Okay.
I'd like each of you to do a town hall in your district and say, does your voice really represent the voice of your district?
Right.
I think that's a great next step. This is a 1 to 3 year project. And what are you asking us to take off of the 2025 goal setting that we all agreed to in January? Because there's only so much staff. And we agreed to, 27 different things.
Agreed.
What are you telling us to drop?
But do you have an alternative? Do you
Keep
have
the 2025 goal that we all
Okay,
agreed
but what
on.
about do you have an alternative to revenue? Are we going to, how long are you willing to continue running our city on, I don't want to say a shoestring budget, but how long are we going to continue to say, no, we can't do this because we don't have the money. We can't do America on Main Street because we don't have the money. We can't do this because we don't have the money.
How much money will this bring in?
It depends. It according to what according to the research, based on 26 data for San Diego County cities, we can project the fiscal impact of a 5% gross receipt tax. So instead of 8% or 10%, we would only charge them a 5%, which is the regional standard for initial permitting. Gross retail sales is going to be between $35 million and $45 million based on a $35 to $40 per capita spending in similar California cities. So based on the research on cities similar in size, they figure between $35 to $40 per person. Now, of course, not everybody's going to participate. The tax revenue at 5% is $1,750,000 to $2,250,000 direct revenue to the El Cajon General Fund. And our local share would be somewhere between $350,000 to $450,000, which would be the city's 1% portion of the standard sales tax, California sales tax. So total annual gain would be from $2.1 million to $2.7 million, equivalent to the cost of 10 to 12 new police officers.
Are you telling me that people who buy marijuana in El Cajon who currently go to La Mesa or to the one out on county property by the airport are going to El Cajon? People spend $35 to $45 million a year?
There's a lot of purchases out
Are
there.
you saying people spend $35 to $45 million
Well, I think that's why we need to move it on to staff, because we got a whole bunch of questions we don't have answers to.
What will we chop from the 2025 goal setting?
I don't think we have to chop anything.
It's not possible. This is a huge lift. I wouldn't even consider asking for an ordinance till we know how much money we're talking about.
Well, that's why we move it forward to have the staff tell us. That's what they do.
Well, I'm not voting for staff to move forward with this without a sense of what's going to get chopped from the 2025 goal setting, because they can't do it all. This is a huge site. So what are you proposing to chop?
I'm not proposing anything.
Okay, well, if you want my vote, you have to come up with a plan. I don't believe it's 35 to 45 million. I don't believe the people in my district want a dispensary at all, so.
You can always not put one in your district.
Well, then you got to tell me what's the financial benefit to the whole city. You know, we haven't even talked about the public health effects. You said this is about the money, so let's stay on that track for the
Steve-
time being.
Steve, I got a whole presentation on public health if you want me to handle that, so.
I guess what I'm saying is, if it's about the money, what's your solution to really tell us how much money this is going to do?
My solution to ask staff to figure that out.
I won't vote for that. They're busy with the goals
What
that
would be acceptable to you to move it forward?
you have to come up with a plan of what the revenue is going to be without involving taking away staff time from the 2025 goals.
Like getting an outside consultant?
It's up to you. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but what's the plan? What's the plan?
Okay, well, I haven't heard anything from this council on how we're going to manage or get more revenue that we can talk about.
Well, I have good news. We just got a financial report that said, because staff has really worked hard this year, even though we just approved $1 million extra for collisions and things like that, our general fund reserve is going to increase about $1.8 million. I think that's great money management, and we saw some presentations from the finance department that in another 2 or 3 years, we're out of this economic doldrum that we're in. I'm not saying the sky is falling. I think they've done a great job managing finances, and the future looks good.
Okay.
So my question is, what's the plan for finding out how much this dispensary thing
I
is worth?
think the plan was we were going to have, I think the request was to have staff do an analysis.
Do you have any idea how many hours that would be staff time?
No, I don't work on staff, so I don't have that.
So maybe we could ask the city manager, I mean, how much staff time would something like that take? Since we could look at other jurisdictions that have this, like Santee and La Mesa and Lemon Grove.
You're kind of asking how long is a piece of string, because there's a lot of variables that you haven't given staff to analyze. One thing, based on what you said, Mr. Kendrick, we could come back with a report and share what the potential revenue projections are for those cities. The challenge, here's the challenge. The cities that have a special tax above and beyond the normal sales tax, that's reportable, that's easy. La Mesa has a dollar figure, Lemon Grove has a dollar figure, Chula Vista has a dollar figure, because the voters approved that additional tax. And as you recall, you can't approve a tax. You can't add another tax onto something. Now, you can negotiate a community benefits, but that's negotiated. There's no guarantee on that. If you are charging sales tax, just normal sales tax, that number's confidential. So I can't, La Mesa wouldn't be able to give me their sales tax figures from their dispensaries. We'd have to somehow divine that or figure that out, maybe based on their specialized tax, their 4% tax. We could kind of come up with a number there, but we would have to do some analysis. But we couldn't determine how much we would generate until we had some more specifics. We would give those specifics to a consultant that could calculate that out. But until the council gives some specifics, and that, as Mr. Goebel said, most cities are taking 1 to 2 years through public workshops and a lot of forums, a lot of conversations. to get to the point where you could actually ask that figure, because until you know how many, where, potential sizes, again, tax streams, are you going to the vote of the people, are you not going to the vote of the people? Those are some of the things that the consultant's going to want to understand before they can crank out a number. So,
Steve, how would you feel about putting on the ballot and letting the people decide?
I think they expect us to lead and to any ballot measure that we put on the ballot would have to get a 2/3 vote, correct?
if the council were to put any ballot measure that has to do with a tax, that would require a 2/3 vote. If it was a citizens initiative, then it would not.
They can do whatever they want.
50%.
Yeah, and they can tell where the money goes and stuff like that. So I am not in favor of putting it on the ballot. I think they expect us to lead, and I think we're supposed to learn and listen and lead. So I don't think a ballot, and I don't think it's a good use of time and resources, because 66% is an incredibly high bar to reach. So it's kind of up to you guys. I can't see voting for one in District 3. I don't know what Mr. Ortiz's position on District 2. I don't know if each of you are willing to have 2 in your own district. I don't know how Fletcher Hills feels about it. I can see what they said 9 years ago. So you have to decide.
What was the percentage in Fletcher Hills, do you recall?
District 1 was 50.7 yes, 49.3 no.
Oh, so pretty much even.
I don't know. It's one thing to say, go ahead and sell it. It's another thing to say, there it is on Fletcher Parkway next to the 99-cent store in my neighborhood.
Well, it would be clearly, I would want it in an industrial area.
I don't think there are any industrial areas in Fletcher Hills. So,
Well, I mean, that's,
and the industrial area,
district goes into the industrial area.
which is where Santee is putting one. So are you going to have it right next to Santee's, and then you're going to battle over who's got the lower tax? A lot of questions here. And I need to know, what do the, if you two are the proponents, what do the people in your district feel about that being the only place where there would be dispensaries?
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you don't want dispensaries, what do you think of a grow facility? Still get
I'm sorry,
taxes.
that's not on the agenda. We can't talk about that right now.
So I really think that, I think you folks need to do some more homework. And I'm not.
Well, that was the whole purpose of bringing this to the council, is to have, to help in exploring this.
Yeah, so I think you need to do a town hall.
All right.
So that's whether you decide to or not. If you want my vote, this is what I think you need to do. I think you each need to have a town hall, because what if your districts are the only place for these dispensaries? I think somehow, without using staff time, you need to come up with a plan of how you're going to get a sense of what this is going to add to the city financially. And we haven't even got into the health aspects. That's a different discussion, because you said this was about the money. So I'm just waiting for a plan.
Well, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for suggestions on how to get more revenue into the city, and I haven't heard anything. So I think that it was something to.
I got to tell you, this is a discussion about whether to legalize cannabis dispensaries in El Cajon.
Right.
If we get into a workshop on how to solve the revenue problems, I think it kind of gets out of control. I think we need to stick to what we're talking about.
Well, I'll pause and let my other colleagues, if they want to weigh in.
Phil? All right. So I'm going to come at this as a clinician. As you guys know, and I'm sure you don't want to hear about it, but over 25 years I worked in the emergency room at Paradise Valley Hospital doing psychiatric evaluations. In that time, I've admitted dozens and dozens of patients to the hospital for marijuana-induced psychosis. There's a Harvard study that says 25% of people that use modern marijuana become psychotic within a year. That's significant. We know that 17% of adolescents who use marijuana become addicted. And we're seeing in places like Colorado, where they've just recently made dispensaries legal, marijuana legal, we're seeing significant increases of people being diagnosed with schizophrenia. Which, by the way, schizophrenia is one of the... I would rather have my child come home and tell me they had any disease in the world other than schizophrenia. It is the most devastating diagnosis. And marijuana is causing people to contract schizophrenia in times when they wouldn't. Aside from that, we have cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, where people vomit to the point where they have to be hospitalized. They can't stop vomiting. We have, Gary, you're against smoking. Well, the main way that people get hold of or use marijuana is by smoking. And all the same risks associated with smoking tobacco are associated with smoking marijuana. So we're suddenly now, after being the city in California is the hardest on smoking. We have the most restrictive rules on smoking. Now we're going to go and say, but smoking marijuana is okay. We have the big problem of accidental pediatric ingestion. Because of edibles, they look like gummy bears. Kids in states where marijuana is legalized have a significant increase in death and hospitalizations from ingestions of marijuana or THC. We have chronic bronchitis, lots of long-term risks. We have a problem with brain development. You know, brain development continues to age 25. And we know that marijuana impairs brain development. We have associations with impaired memory, attention, executive functioning. The dropout risk is significantly higher for children that use marijuana. Warnings are issued by the U.S. Surgeon General. Retail viability may be reduced due to perceived risk and increased normalization. And by the way, marijuana is not legal. It is against federal law to use marijuana. It's a, what do they call it, a Schedule I controlled substance. Now we got to talk about traffic safety. One of the questions was, why don't we just get rid of alcohol? And you know what? As a physician, I would love to get rid of alcohol. Alcohol has caused more damage in this world than any other substance known to man. But the idea that adding one more intoxicant into the mix is a good thing because we already have alcohol, believe me, if I could go back in time and figure out a way to stop alcohol from being produced, I would. But by that same logic, I would stop marijuana from being introduced in our community as well. Then there's the problem with crime. Studies in Denver show that after they legalized marijuana, there's huge increases in property crime and burglary crimes. And then they've said that the illegal market has not been resolved whatsoever. People are still using illegal marijuana because they want to circumvent the taxes. We have talked about all these. I just think I think it's a little hypocritical for El Cajon to have taken this stand that we're going to be a community that doesn't support smoking. And Gary, we've all gone along with you when many of us felt you went too far with smoking. But now, for some reason, you've changed your mind and you're not consistent with this. But so I find that shocking. I just don't know how I can tell the mother of a child that I've admitted to the hospital that I was involved in the poison that was destroying their lives. You know, and some of these kids don't come back. Some of these kids become psychotic from marijuana and they never come back. They're psychotic for the rest of their lives. Had a kid recently that was a lacrosse player at Cornell, came home smoking pot, got some Molly mixed in with his pot, and became psychotic, and he never came back. I saw him 3-4 times a year after that for the next 3 years. He went from being this good-looking kid that was on a scholarship doing great to this disheveled, homeless-looking guy that didn't know where he was. See, I can't be a party to that. So that's my speech on it. I'm sorry for getting preachy, but to me, it's a very serious thing. And I know money's important, but you know, we're looking at redoing the mall. We're looking at all kinds of different things. Graham has things that are coming up that he can't tell you about right now, but there are possibilities of big revenue increases. I think if my wife came and said, we're not able to pay the bills, I wouldn't say, well, go out and sell some crystal. I'd find a different way that wasn't illegal and wasn't immoral to solve my problems.
We have an unusual situation that we have the highest number of homeless people in our city outside the city of San Diego. And encampments, we hear from residents all the time about encampments. You know, when you add dispensaries and encampments, pretty soon you got to ask, does that affect the economic attractiveness of people who want to come invest in El Cajon? It's been said, look, any money is incremental money. But I haven't heard that from people who have a mortgage or a investment in the city. My district, I can tell you, speaking for the people there, I think they just, we are, you know, we're on Main Street and 2nd Street, and that's where we saw a lot of those dots on homelessness. And I just don't think the people in my district are going to say, look, we've got enough problem with homeless encampments. Why are we adding dispensaries to this? Even if you could come across Harvard studies that it doesn't decrease the value of a property, I still have to respect the value of somebody who says, I just don't like it. I don't think it's good for my neighborhood. I don't think it's good when I go to try to sell my house. I have to respect that and at least acknowledge that. So it's not just any money is free money. I'm really trying to focus in on what my constituents have asked me to represent their beliefs on. The economic value is another thing when it comes to image.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goebel. I appreciate your insight. Mr. Wells, I appreciate your insight on that. Just to let you know, President Trump just signed an executive order directing expeditious rescheduling of marijuana down to a Schedule 3. It's not going to be a Schedule 1. I just wanted to clarify that.
We'll talk about that when that happens.
As far as homeless people and dispensaries, anecdotal evidence has told me that they don't allow people to loiter around dispensaries. They have armed security guards. It's very difficult to get into one. You have to have an ID. That's why they have such a high compliance rate for targeting, or not targeting, for checking IDs versus some of the other industries. And we're talking about adults. But I think we've beaten this horse enough, and I can see where we stand, and thank you for your time.
I'm not by any stretch saying that there's a causation between homelessness and dispensaries. I don't think one becomes a customer or supplier of the other. I think if you just have both of those in the town, that begins to start taking an impact on it.
Let me see if there's any. I'm going to see if there's any public comments on this. Are there?
Yes, sir. We have 2 speaker cards. One is from Dave Condit. I think Mr. Condit left. And then Brenda Hammond.
I have never been in a dispensary. I don't partake, but I'm not against it. But I worked with hospice patients, And I'll tell you a story without saying names or anything. One lady that I actually grew up with their kids, I was taking care of her, and I said, "Are you sure you want to do this medical marijuana? You know, are you sure you want to try this?" And she goes, "Honey, I'm dying. I lost my appetite. I want to look good when I die." And guess what? It helped increase her appetite. So I get it, what you're saying, Mary Wells, about, I'm sorry, I've never seen anybody overdose on marijuana, sorry. And I'm out there a lot. And I grew up, I grew up in East County. I'm just saying that it's the people's choice of what they want to do and stuff. I mean, you can't control that. And I don't like seeing the kids I don't like seeing what's happening to, the kids when they get involved. But you know what I see? I don't see a lot of teenagers getting involved with. They don't want to. They want to do sports. They want to, do other things. They want to, do other things. I think you guys are freaking out over nothing. I mean, it's going to be tax revenue for you, and it's going to help. I know your area, Councilmember Kendrick, because I took care of people there. And you can't just say that it's going to make people freak out and they're going to start doing this and that. And here's the other thing. They'll start going to your fast food places. Take care.
All right.
I just have one last comment.
Sure.
My mother-in-law died of emphysema, except it took her about 8 years to do it. And there was so little oxygen in her blood that when she fell, we couldn't just grab her and pick her up because her skin would come off just like wet bathroom tissue. So we had to use a net to lift her up. And she used cannabis a lot because that was the only thing that would relieve the pain. She didn't want to be on heavy opiates. So that's something that I took notice of.
Would your family member have trouble getting cannabis now if they wanted it?
Let's see, she was in Bonita. She had to send one of her caretakers to a dispensary, wherever it was.
I mean, they deliver cannabis and alcohol. We can't stop that.
Right.
So I'm not sure how she would be deprived of having the substance she wanted.
So it would just make it more inconvenient.
Okay.
I mean, I think the cannabis is a legitimate medicine, and I trust our citizens to use it responsibly. Yeah, and just like in the, because I'm proposing 2 or 4 dispensaries, we probably wouldn't have the number of stores that sell tobacco to young kids. There wouldn't be that pressure to sell, because when we were in here, at the last meeting, a lot of people changed their mind. A lot of council members changed their mind in increasing penalties. So
I'm not sure what your point is.
Well, my point is tobacco kills you kills you dead. And I'm suspect on how bad marijuana is, because tobacco has no redeeming qualities. There's no safe dosage. But I respect your opinion, Bill.
I mean,
that's your expertise.
I have a doctorate in this. I worked in the field for 25 years. So unless you think I'm lying to you, this is the reality. We're going to have to make a decision that we don't care about those things. But we probably beat this to death.
Yeah.
So if somebody would like to make a motion.
I'm not hearing a plan that says this is where we think 4 should go. I'm not hearing a plan that says here's how we estimate the amount of money that would come in without using staff's time, taking away from what we've learned. So without a plan, I don't have anything to vote for.
I guess a swing vote would be Phil.
No, he's not doing it.
Okay. Then it dies.
Well, I think we have to have a vote. No?
I think
No
it
one
was
makes a motion,
requesting.
there's just
Okay,
no
all
action.
right, fine.
Unless one of the two of you are going to make a motion.
All right, there are no general information items on today's agenda. Item 19 is the introduction of an ordinance to amend El Cajon Municipal Code regarding flood damage prevention regulations. I'll ask staff to introduce this item.
Great, thank you, Mayor and council members. Noah Alvey, Deputy Director for Development Services. A very brief presentation here. Again, this is proposed update to the city's flood damage prevention regulations. Really, the purpose of these regulations is just to minimize structure and financial losses due to flooding. In 2025, the State Department of Water Resources reviewed our existing flood regulations, and they did make some recommended changes that they wanted us to update. The update will really ensure that the city is eligible for the National Flood Insurance Program. That's the NFIP. The NFIP does provide affordable flood insurance in participating communities if we meet their standards. The updates to the ordinance are pretty minor in nature. They include updating definitions, dates of studies, updating requirements for manufactured home projects, removing some outdated references, and then updating requirements for improvements to existing structures in flood zones. So at this time, the council may choose to introduce the ordinance, direct the clerk to read the title, and then schedule the second ordinance reading. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Noah. Any questions for Noah? No, thanks. Are any speaker cards on this item?
No, sir, no cards.
Thank you, Noah. Appreciate it. All right, I'll leave it to council.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce the ordinance in order and direct the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only, and direct the second reading and adoption of the ordinance to be placed on March 10th, 2026 City Council agenda. Do I have a second?
Yeah. Thank you, Phil. No, it's okay. He's doing his job.
No.
Please.
Motion
We all
carries
voted?
by
Okay, good.
unanimous vote, and the title for the ordinance reads, an ordinance approving an amendment to Title 15 of the El Cajon Municipal Code, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 15.14, Flood Damage Prevention, for consistency with current Federal Emergency Management Agency and National Flood Insurance Program regulations.
Okay. There are no readings of second ordinances on today's agenda. We are at closed session, and the city attorney will recite the title and lead us into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will meet in closed session for the two remaining agenda items, number 20 and 22, as listed on the agenda, conference with real property negotiators, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, well, I actually make a motion to adjourn to closed session.
Second.
Please vote. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn to a closed session. We'll come back and conclude the meeting.
And motion carries by unanimous vote.
Jennifer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from closed session. I will ask our attorney to report on closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met on the remaining 2 items. Direction was given. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
This brings us to the adjourned regular joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency, held this 24th day of February 2026, is adjourned till Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at 3:00 p.m. All right, I'm out.